ate it?
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
They're doing meticulous, honest research. They're displaying academic integrity. And I have no problems engaging with them and giving them the respect that fellow colleagues deserve, even if I don't agree with their conclusions. I am a part of that world, not that much anymore.
So there you go. Yasir Qadhi explaining why he loves and respects this channel. Welcome to you guys. And obviously from my unusual introduction there, you can figure that we're going to be talking about Yasir Qadhi today. Of course, Yasir Qadhi is most famous for the holes in the narrative.
The standard narrative has holes in it. That's what I'm going to say.
But he also has a long habit of putting his foot in his mouth and saying the quiet part out loud. And that's what he did this past weekend at the Epic Masjid in Plano, Texas. He gave a sermon in which he was nominally talking about Israel, which was bad enough given what he was saying, but also kind of let it out that he was actually talking about all of the West, everyone who's not a Muslim, basically. The gist of the sermon was, we Sunni Muslims, we need to unite with the Shia Muslims because they are Muslims. And our enemies are not Muslims. They might be degenerate Muslims. They might be terrible Muslims. They might be heretics, but they are still Muslims. And a Muslim is infinitely better than kuffar. They are trying to eliminate Islam, and thus we must stand and oppose them together. And he was, again, nominally talking about Israel, but it's not very hard to see that he actually was talking about all of us. This is Yasir Qadhi, the face of moderate Islam, the face of academic Islam, the face of, oh, we can just all get along and live in peace side by side Islam. Very, very interesting material. Don't you think, Mary? Welcome back.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And he is the face of the academic, the one with the degrees, the one who participates in Western institutions. He is the spokesman for intellectual moderate Islam in America. He was born in America. He has never really lived in an Islamic country. He studied in one for a while, which is not the same thing. And he hates us. He hates us, as you will see. So he hates the place that he lives in. He hates the place that he was born in. And he wants it to be destroyed.
Indeed, indeed. Ali says, how sad. Well, you know, whether it's sad or not, I guess that depends on your perspective. But it is, I would say, a very illuminating.
I think he means that I wasn't on the on video.
Oh, that your face. That's what's sad. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. We do have a new feature today, or at least a new version of our super chat feature. You now have the option of a classic super chat where you get a prosperity hadith preacher, or the ape apologist, or now active, if it's working correctly, you now have the option of the goat apologist as well. I cannot test these things in advance, but it should be working. It should be working because it is very, very similar to the code for the ape apologist, which was triggered by Jack Ray here.
Oh, and I want to point out that not only was he born in America, is an American citizen, he is one of the people who is heavily involved with the East, Plano, Islamic Center, our old friend Epic. And he is one of those who talked about an Islamic city being a light for America, that all people will see how wonderful Islam is. Yes, that you want us all to die. Thank you for making that clear, that you are now casting a spotlight on this place. So whenever you declare that we are your enemies and should be destroyed, we notice.
So it did not trigger the ape here. Let me see if it generated. It did generate, so it just didn't. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. So the test one that I did last night didn't get overridden. So that might be why it didn't play it. But Jack did test out the goat. So let's see if that will play or if I'll have to manually play it. Okay, so it looks like I will have to manually play it and figure out what's up with that, but no worries, I can do that because it did generate. Just give me 1 second.
Who is the goat?
There you go. There you go. Who is the goat indeed? We now have the goat apologist to go along with the ape apologist. Thank you for both of those super chats, Jack Ray. And for today, if you use those features, I will manually trigger it. I'll get it loaded in before I pull it up on the screen. So it should be not too much of a delay, but I'll figure out why it did not actually play it. I'm just looking at the log here. It did seem like it tried to trigger, but it obviously didn't. So I'll figure out why it didn't actually trigger. Jack Ray says Thais needs a guinea pig voice as well. I'm not sure what a guinea pig sounds like. I mean, I guess it, I think they do make noise. Probably, you know, a rodent like noise. I don't know that. But who do you have in mind for guinea pig? I have an idea. I have an idea who you have in mind.
Sajid? The whining
I was
little
thinking,
sound that beginning.
yeah. So I mean, you got new Sajid and you got old Sajid. I was thinking maybe we could have the ghost apologist, which would be old whispering Sajid.
And now you have new whining Sajid.
David did make a very good point. I think it was last night on Inspiring Philosophy, and he's
that
like,
he's completely joyless now. That he's
depressed
all the time.
Sajid has turned from like a pretty happy, reasonable guy into like angry all the time.
Well, I think that he knows that his religion is a lie, and because he's one of the Western redheads who gets lots of attention and appreciation and everything, he doesn't want to give up being a rock star to just be an ordinary human being. So he's not going to stop. But I think he knows at this point that he's lying to people and he's deceiving them. I think he just doesn't really care that he's deceiving them, but I think that it makes him kind of messed up inside.
So Jack was doing something completely different. He was using guinea pig as in, you know, trial animal. So he's the guinea pig there. Who are you guys talking about from Epic? We're talking about the world famous Yasir Qadhi. Actually, he's not all that famous. He's not all that notable, which is why I didn't put his name as the highlight of the title. Instead, put moderate Western academic, because many people would not know that's what even if they know the name Yasir Qadhi, they wouldn't know that's what he stands for necessarily. Like, they just have a vague idea who he is. And that's really the main emphasis here, that, you know, even our moderate Muslim friends still harbor the same kinds of thoughts because they come directly from Islam. All right. So without further ado, let's start on this video. Einstein's getting up to leave. He's like, I do not want to see this. Can't blame him too much here. So it was posted on the Epic's page on Saturday, but I imagine it was probably the Friday prayer that he's giving this at. It's his khutbah, his sermon, if you like, for the most important stuff that Muslims today need to be thinking about.
And what is remarkable is how often the khutbah is like not at all appropriate to a pulpit from a Christian view. The kinds of things that are addressed, the kinds of things that are talked about would not be considered an appropriate portion of a homily or sermon in a Christian context. But
yeah, if
you have the view, the Islamic view of what the leader, I mean, what did Muhammad do? He just stood up and declared whatever he felt like declaring at that moment. So why not?
Yeah, when you hear Muslims come and talk about, why are you always criticizing Islam and in your churches and in your sermons and stuff? It's pure projection. They're just assuming that we do the same thing that they do, because they do regularly criticize Christianity from the Friday prayer speeches and whatnot. Or they talk about politics and current events. And while you may find that in some churches, it certainly is not the norm, generally speaking. Nicodemus says buffering, but I believe it's him. I believe it's not happening for everyone because I'm not seeing anything on my end. And Christoph here says, I thought Dr. Khalid Adani was an academic. What universities does Yasir Qadhi teach at, and what academic journals does he publish in? Well, you heard at the end there, well, maybe you didn't, maybe you weren't here yet, but the clip I played there at the beginning, Yasir Qadhi says, I'm not in that area so much anymore. So he went to university, first in America, then in Saudi Arabia. He got a PhD, multiple degrees, and he hasn't really stayed in academia. He's more focused on being a preacher, you know, speaking to everyday Muslims while still acting like he's an academic. He has great contempt for anyone who is not an academic. In fact, he says anyone who's not an academic is not worth his time. That, you know, he's this great intellectual genius and everyone should listen to him. And if you're an academic and you're not a Muslim, he'll listen to you. But if you're not, if you're someone like Mary or I, who's a lay person, it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have. You can't be listened to whatsoever, according to Yasir Qadhi. It's a complete and total waste of time. I doubt he would say the same thing about Muslim da'is, but, you know, it is what it is. All right. So let's start in here. I'm starting about 45 seconds in, just getting past the obligatory Arabic blah, 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 and so forth. Getting to the actual start of his talk.
Dear Muslims, the famous scholar Al-Hafid ibn Hajar, he remarked, "Man takallama fi ghayri fannihi ata bil ajaib." Whoever speaks in an area that is not his speciality will say some bizarre and strange things.
And sadly, this is the only intelligent thing, I think, in the whole sermon. He says he's going to go on and explain that he is speaking outside of his area, but he's, for some reason, he prefaces it by saying, guys, our Muslim scholars, they tell us not to speak outside your area of expertise, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think we have a word for that.
Ultra-crepidarian is a person who not only speaks outside of his area of expertise, he speaks way out of his league, but he also feels the need to announce to the world that he is an utter idiot.
Of course, that's one of the other things Yasir Qadhi is famous there for, is the ultra-crepidarian, as he's trying to express how his contempt for anyone who is not an academic. But for some reason, he feels qualified to talk about geopolitics, even though, by his own admission, he knows absolutely nothing about the subject, as we're about to see. Very consistent, don't you think, Mary?
Oh, of course, he will be perfectly consistent in all things.
I'm a firm advocate of people remaining in their areas of expertise and of not speaking outside of the fields they have specialized in. Can you imagine if lay people began to be the references for medicine? So when we speak about the current affairs, when we speak about geopolitical realities, when we speak about complex problems taking place in the world, I am extremely cognizant of my own limitations. I have not trained in the science of geopolitics. My area of expertise is the classical study of Islam. And therefore, in this khutbah, when I try to comment about these realities, I will try my best to remain within my lane and to speak about that which, inshaAllah ta'ala, I have some right to speak about, which is the classical understanding of Islam and its relevance in the modern world. Because I am a firm believer that no matter what happens to us in our daily lives, we can return to the Quran and Sunnah, we can return to the Quran and the Seerah and extrapolate from it lessons and wisdoms and morals. What makes us people of faith is that our faith shapes us during every time, every crisis, every emotional reality. We turn to our Iman, to our religion, to our Lord, and we extrapolate wisdoms and points of benefit.
So there's the principle here, I guess, that he doesn't know anything about geopolitics, but you can just go to the Quran and extrapolate wisdom from it.
This is so embarrassing. Honestly, I cringed. I couldn't even laugh. I cringed.
Your thoughts, Mary?
Here's the deal. The Quran has multiple ideas about proper behavior, proper worldview, what God wishes from you. These are deeply contradictory because they come from different times in Muhammad's career when he taught about distinctly different sorts of God. His God changed massively from the beginning of his journey to the end. At the beginning, everyone needed what you needed to, the end of the world was right here. It was right around the corner. Muhammad believed that he was part of the last group of pagans in the world. No one else was pagan anymore, except for those that came to Mecca and a few smaller rival sanctuaries. They're it. Everybody else, I don't think he really grasped Zoroastrianism. I think he sort of thought that it was some kind of related monotheistic religion just from the way he spoke. But everybody else had their God and a new God, and Mecca needed to know God. And what people needed to do is they needed to repent, they needed to give charity and they needed to follow cleansing guidelines and pray a whole bunch. And they needed to not sin again. No more sinning. Mm-hmm. So what do you do when you do sin? What he taught originally is that you had to pay off all of the sins that you make after your initial repentance, after your initial acknowledgement of Allah. You have to pay for all of your own sins. And you have to pay, and you pay for them through the penalties of the law. That's what the law is for in his mind. In his mind, the law was not to demonstrate sin and show that imperfection and bring out into high relief failings, but rather, and it wasn't even about temporal justice, it was about the external expurgation of your sins. And so he'd teach things like suffering itself was stuff Allah brought on you to cause you to be able to work off some of your sins, because like a lot of the penalties that he imagined were things that were painful and they cost you. So when you got sick and you were writhing in pain, that gave you double benefits with removing your sins. And in fact, he said that the prophets all suffered more than anyone else. They all had worse fevers, and one of them was bitten to death by lice. And that was a benefit from Allah, because that meant that every speck of his sins were stripped from him by the suffering. Well, he couldn't keep up any kind of like fiction that his people, who are running around committing adultery all the time, doing all sorts of things, that they were in any way capable of working off their sins, even whenever you count their lice infestations or their fevers that they got, because very severe illness came to Medina multiple times while they were there, that he knew that was insufficient. So then he started teaching, well, Allah just forgives whomever he wills. He just forgives.
Mm-hmm.
And from that, he was freed from any need to make any kind of just society whatsoever. And instead, he rewarded those activities that did the things that benefited him, like jihad. And that became the most important thing. What does Allah want? He prescribes for you fighting even though you hate it. Allah now is this bloodthirsty, jihad only, got to kill everybody else, get their plunder, get you're rewarded in the next world if you die, and this world you're rewarded if you win, because you get lots of booty, and it's about power, 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 power. And oh, what about sins? Well, if nobody knows you're doing the sin, well, Allah has caused that to happen as a mercy in this world, and you'll be forgiven in the next. So he went from the society that was supposed to be actually legitimately moral. And Thaddeus, you have two different things still dinging, by the way. Actually, I've heard 3 distinct dings since you have started. That was legitimately supposed to be this moral, perfect society that everyone would look to, and that was virtuous. It was supposed to have true virtue, to this society where it's only about appearances. It's only about keeping up the face. It's about how you present yourself. The inside can be anything. What's important is that society itself continues to function at the level that benefits Muhammad. It doesn't matter how many people get crushed by its wheels. Doesn't matter how many people are abused. Doesn't matter how many people are abusers. Doesn't matter what exploitation takes place. The people who are important are kept happy, and the society works for the benefit of the powerful, and that's it. So that is the society that the Quran shows the trajectory of. That is what the society that classical Islam grew up in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's acting like, oh, this is great. It's rotten. It is so rotten. But you put a dusting of beauty on the outside. Yasir Qadhi, I'm not interested in your rot. And they are whitewashed tombs. Dream Team is quoting Jesus, who called the Pharisees out for having external piety and teaching things that were unjust and mistreated people. But there was not a single Pharisee at the time of Jesus or the rabbis after, who taught some pretty horrific things. The rabbinical teaching in the Talmud is pretty awful, but not one of them could come close to what Muhammad taught and what Islam became. It became so much worse than that.
So Mrs. Friendly ex-Muslim said he's experienced an epic septic crisis. If you don't know what that's a reference to, make sure to check out the videos on the epic city plans there, and you'll find that they fail to properly plan for waste disposal, among other things. So he has many things on his agenda. He has to talk about normal Islamic things. He has to talk about geopolitics, which he says is outside his area. But no worries, the Quran will guide him. The Quran will guide him to the truth, I'm sure. And he has to worry about city planning as well. We also have Arlette up north here. Arlette is an ex-Muslim who used to attend Epic Masjid. So welcome, Arlette. I'm glad you're here. If you haven't seen her story yet, check out her YouTube channel. Gonna do a collaboration with her soon. Did have a dispute here from Cargo Crew. He says, I don't know what you found so intelligent about his initial statement, Thaddeus. Well, you see, I've seen the rest of the video. So it's a sliding scale. I'm grading on a curve here. And Cargo Crew also asked what PhD has he done and what degree. So he has a PhD in religious studies from Yale University, and then he went and studied in the Islamic universities as well. He said that at Yale they destroy the foundations of Islam. They tear it down brick by brick, i.e. they show you that Islamic history has no basis in reality, and they don't rebuild it for you. So he had to get help getting that rebuilt from the Islamic universities. And I do think that he, has convinced himself that he has a solution, but he will, when he is not thinking clearly, he will admit that there is nothing, quote unquote, nothing beneficial from the first 2 centuries of Islamic history for the student or the aspiring student of knowledge, because there are a lot of holes, right? There are a lot of things that are not true. You have to completely reconstruct your idea of what Islam is. And that's why he had the crisis of faith that led to the discussion. I mean, ultimately, years later, but led to the discussion that he was having with Muhammad Hijab. And then Hijab brought up the holes in the narrative, which was part of his crisis of faith, but not the sole reason by any means. He thinks he has some sort of solution, but it's not something that other Muslims would agree with. It doesn't fit the standard narrative. And so he has self-censored himself on these topics ever since that famous interview 5 years ago. All right, let's get back to the sermon here.
So even as I speak about the current affairs today, I will try my best to not venture into areas that I do not have the right to venture into. With that being said, and without intending to be alarmist, there is no escaping the reality that we are currently closer to a potential World War III than we have ever been in the last 60 years. And if, God forbid, such an occurrence were to happen, it would affect every single one of us. In fact, all of humanity, in all likelihood, a world post-World War III would be unrecognizable.
I'm sorry,
a world.
wait 1 second. Does he really think that Russia will shed blood for Iran? In what universe does he think that Russia will bleed for Iran?
Well, no, I think that he's envisioning something very different, actually. And I think this is a very important point I was about to posit. I think that he's envisioning this World War III being Islam versus everyone else, right? So
that would still not be that would not be a world war that would really affect. Just to be clear,
in his mind,
but that would not be a war that would change the landscape of the West, except that all the Muslims would leave. Like, honestly, there would be deaths, but it would make, I mean, Korean War, the Vietnam War, about the same level for all of Islam to war against the West. And yeah, you can say, oh, Pakistan is a nuclear country. Yeah, but they'll be bombing India, and India will absolutely obliterate them. So, I mean, for India and Pakistan, it'll be really suck. But for the areas that are not in that, not really gonna heavily impact the Americas or Europe.
Yeah, so again, he's going to nominally phrase this as Israel versus Iran, but then he's going to call all the Muslims to rally together and stand up against the common enemy. I think he's really envisioning this World War III, because he has, by his own admission, he doesn't really know anything about politics, right? And he doesn't really know anything about the actual strength of the Islamic countries. He's envisioning that there could be a massive world war where the Muslims are at war with the non-Muslims because, well, Israel attacked Iran, and now all the Muslims are going to rally, and then all the non-Muslims are going to rally against the Muslims. He's going to actually explicitly say that later, that they don't care whether you're Sunni or Shia. They only see one thing, and that's that you're a Muslim, and they want you to destroy you and get rid of you. Projection, I would say, but we'll get to all that.
Let me ask him, how many mosques in the West have been shot up and bombed by all Westerners? There's been one mosque shooting ever by an atheist with a particular, he didn't like the Muslims because they had lots of kids. He was an anti-natalist. There's been one. How many? One. If we wanted to get rid of Islam, we could do it like this in the West. Could not do a thing. They would be swept out of existence instantly. Oh, you're coming in. No. You're just lying. You know, oh, we're too powerful. They're fighting us again. No one is fighting you. People are slowly waking up to your evil and are like, wait, we don't want these evil people around us. Like that absolute dirtbag that Hatun was covering today, someone who was given this compassionate care in the UK to come and have a surgery. And while he was in the hospital, he raped a woman in a hospital bathroom because it was the first time he had ever gotten a chance to attack a woman. So he did. Because how women are protected from Islamic men in Islamic societies is to just keep them locked down.
Very liberating, very liberating. You see, they highly value and respect women. They protect them from all the evil men.
Who are somehow only evil like that in Islamic societies. You go to China and you do not have the same level of sexual violence, not even close. No, people do not report rapes very often in China, but even so, there is nothing close to that. Nothing close to that in any country except for Sub-Saharan Africa are the only places where you get sexual violence, anything like the scale that is routine in Islamic countries against any vulnerable woman. And maybe some areas of the Caribbean.
Arlette up north says Muslims get so excited about war, I feel like they don't get enough hugs. Both true, I'm sure, but I'll just comment on the first part there. It may be very odd to a lot of people why Muslims are so excited about Palestine being at war with Israel and all that, but for many Muslims, they see this as the key sign of that the end times are upon them, and soon they will be victorious and conquer the earth, or some such nonsense, even though that's not the prediction of Muhammad. That is what they have hyped themselves up to believe. And so they're looking at current events and they're thinking, it's our time. Allah is going to make us victorious and we can finally have dominion over the earth. But of course, far from reality there. Jalal Abbas says, many of you can protest in America and also in the UK because they're free countries. Why don't Muslims protest bad and oppressive governments in the Arab world? Well, in fairness, I do want to say that the Iranian people are very much against their government. Now, half of the population at least has left Islam secretly. But still, right, I do want to be fair and say that there are people who are willing to protest against their governments. But Mary explained this well in our Beginner's Guide to Jihad, where she says Muslims don't like their governments. They go to Western countries and they prefer those governments, but they also know that they are religiously obligated to support the kind of governments they don't like. And so there's a tough dynamic in their mind where they don't really want something, but they know they have to vote for it anyway. They know they have to advocate for it anyway. And so they do. And Jalil Abbas also said, why do cowards run to the West and then be crying death to America? So to be clear, Yasir Qadhi was born in America. He certainly didn't run to the West.
His parents did.
But good question nonetheless, even if it doesn't necessarily apply to them. I completely understand why people who live in crappy countries under oppressive governments would want to come to the West, but then why be crying about the West, right? You're the one who came here. If you don't like it, then don't come. But again, same dynamic as what I was just explained. They like it here. They like it in the UK, but at the same time, they know they're not supposed to. They know they're supposed to advocate for something different. So they come for a better life, and then they try to replace it with the crappy life they came from. Interesting what Islam does to a person. And then just to follow up on Epic City here, Arlette said, well, Muslims don't pay attention to details. The city plans I had seen were over soil that wouldn't be very stable for what they wanted to do. MAO, Texas soil sucks for anything underground. Yeah, well, it's like the plot of land for Epic City is in between two rivers. Great for a farmland. But if you're trying to build a massive housing development,
They're Texas rivers, so they're more like streams. But yeah,
well, still.
But no, it has to do with Texas subsoil stability and things like that. It's better in the Panhandle, but most of Texas has expansive clays or incredibly rocky soil, and so it's a whole nother thing with Texas and underground things. But she found some interesting things that I would
yeah. So I definitely would be interested in a follow-up video on Epic.
If she could please email Thaddeus with any of this kind of details, because I hadn't run into that. She's got more dirt than we've seen, and that would be very interesting. So good point that Semi-Sweet Petunia put out was that Islam is kind of we're good, everyone else is evil. And Islam does uniquely teach this, with the exception of, even traditional Hinduism has a category for the untouchables. And we are untouchables, by the way, guys, because we are outside of the system. If you're outcast with an E, then you actually are untouchable. They just needed to make another pretend category for us anyway. But even they had a role in society, and you can become something else, right? In the next life kind of thing. Islam uniquely teaches that their ummah is the best of people, the best. What does Christianity teach about humanity? That we are all sinners, we all have a sin nature, that we need to truly repent, not this performative thing, not this keep sin secret thing, and confess our sins, not hide our sins. And we need to act following God. We need to not follow ourselves, but be imitators of Christ, be imitators of God. And that sanctification is a continuous process that will last your entire life. Because once you believe that you have righteousness in yourself, not that you are on a path where you are following Christ, where you are trying to become continually sanctified. Thaddeus, your dings driving me insane. You probably don't even hear it.
No, I heard it. That was like someone logging off. That was like someone logging off.
It's like it's gone. That particular one's gone off 4 times so far. You don't even know what it is. He is like the person who lets the beep, the
Mary hates
smoke
all
alarm.
this.
I hate it so much. He's like a smoke alarm person who just sits there and the smoke alarm goes off and he doesn't even feel it. But the thing is, as soon as you believe that you yourself are righteous and you do not become more, the purpose of sanctification is to become more tender-hearted towards your own sins. So say you're not doing any of the gross sins that some people are doing, right? There are greater and lesser sins. You're not fornicating, you're not committing adultery, you're not just robbing people in the streets, you're not doing break-ins, you're not stealing from your employer, you're not doing any bigger sins, right? Then you can't, that's fine, but you can't feel righteous from that. What should be happening as part of your transformation because of the Holy Spirit is that you become more sensitive to smaller sins. You wake up in a bad mood, so you snap at someone. You become more sensitive to that. You become more sensitive to your smaller faults, and it's a continuous process.
All right, people. I have closed Telegram. It's probably Telegram. I already closed Discord before we started, but it's probably Telegram.
Nope, it just went up again. What is that?
But I don't understand. There's nothing else. There's nothing else.
Something.
Look, I don't have Telegram open. I don't have Discord open.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I had technically disabled Telegram. Now I quit it entirely. So maybe you still get that noise. Whatever. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna message you on
Anyway, if it continues to happen,
we will beat you with a wet noodle.
Fair enough. I will continue to try to fix it if it continues to happen. Anyway, let's get back to Yasir Qadhi here. All right.
Pre-World War III. So we turn to Allah seeking refuge from ever having to see such a reality. Conflicts are happening all over the world. It's not just Ukraine and Russia. It is across the globe as we speak. The disruption of global political norms, the rise of disinformation, the fomenting of conflict online. So much is happening. And now we have the ongoing war between the two countries of Israel and Iran. And I apologize about the bluntness and the fact that I will be so frank here, but the situation calls. Typically, I don't speak in such specifics, but the situation calls for us to be a little bit more specific. The first point that I would like to make is that we as Sunni Muslims, there's a lot of online discussion going on. What should our stance be in the current conflict? On the one hand, you have Israel, and on the other you have Iran. And without a doubt, theologically and politically, we Sunni Muslims do have disagreements with Iran. And some of these disagreements are quite severe. Because of this, there are people online and even in the public media that are saying that Iran and Israel are equally evil. Iran and Israel, according to them, are both empires of evil.
And to be clear, by people here, he only means Muslims. I mean, there might be other people saying it, but he certainly doesn't care about them. What he's talking about is many Sunni Muslims are saying, who cares? The Shia Muslims are kafirs. They're just as evil as Israel, etc., etc. And if you spend any time looking at Sunni Shia stuff, they do reserve some of their most vitriol language for one another, saying how much the other has forsaken Allah and whatnot. Yasir Qadhi obviously has a different opinion here.
Well, here's the problem. How on earth, like, one of the insane reasons they say that, oh, we worship the same God that you do, is that Sunni and Shia can't even decide whether or not their God has attributes. Does Allah have attributes? You are not worshiping the same God if one of you is worshiping a God with the attributes and the other one isn't. Let's just forget the hands and the foot and the shin and all of that stuff. Does Allah have seeing, hearing, and knowing as three distinct and real attributes? Meaning that does Allah have sense perception that is dependent upon light and sound, as well as knowledge which is separate? According to Sunnis, he does. All Sunnis agree that Allah hears sounds and sees things, and that is not the same as his knowledge. Now, as Christians, we just say that is absolute lunacy. When we talk about God seeing, we are just talking about his knowledge of things that we see, like that we see. God doesn't need to have sense perception of light to know what's going on. God doesn't need waves to propagate through matter to reach a sound perception organ to know what is being said. That's not what we mean when he say that he sees and he hears. And it went off again, so it can't be that.
I don't know, Mary.
You've got some wild thing going in the background. I've heard that before on my system once, and I don't remember what it is. But that's been a really long time because I immediately turn everything off. My room is quiet, except for my tippy taps. My tippy taps are very loud. Anyway, so like...
Yeah, your keyboard is always annoying people, Mary, so...
Yeah, but I do mute it. But with Islam, like, who's your God? Again, if I say, I have met your mother and I describe a completely different woman, you can say, no, you have not met my mother because your mother is a certain way. She's a certain height. She's a certain race. She has certain hair color currently. She had a certain hair color when she was younger. If everything that I say about her is just wrong, then I don't know your mom. It's like, yeah, I work with your mom. You're like, you work with your mom? Yeah. So over there in, whenever I was in Bowling Green, Kentucky, we were coworkers. And you're like, oh, she's never lived there. No, it was your mom. And we worked there, and she was 5 feet tall, and she has blue eyes and bright red hair, natural bright red hair. And she has a really dark tan skin. You'd be like, what are you talking about, you crazy person? And I can insist all I want. And she was born in 1985. And you'd be like, what the heck? That's after I was born. Like, no, that's your mom. I totally know her. Be like, no, you know someone else. You're just calling my mom. That's the level of disagreement between the Sunnis and the Shia about their God. They don't even worship the same God. They don't get authority through the same sources. They believe that Allah set up different sources of eternal authority. Their idea of what a proper, about the entire theology of imams, wildly different. And he's like, oh, but we're all Muslims. We all worship the same God. No, you don't. You don't. Not even vaguely. The only reason you say that is so that you won't kill each other, so you pretend.
So I will say that Yasir Qadhi's position does resemble what most common Muslims believe, but there's a reason for that.
They are utter fools who should not and cannot speak about the religion of Islam because they are a disgrace to the field of academia.
Common Muslim doesn't know anything, right? They have no idea about all these things. They're kept in the dark. And Yasir Qadhi very much is not in agreement with the political leadership of any Middle Eastern country, who all are strongly opposed to Iran. So, well, you know, other than like Syria, but basically every country, right? Basically every country in the region is strongly opposed to Iran, and certainly doesn't believe that, you know, Shia Islam is just a different version of the same thing. It was some minor, important but minor differences. In the end, we all worship Allah. No, they don't believe that at all. They think that they're heretics. They don't follow Islam at all, and that's the position of everyone in the region. So he's speaking to the ignorant crowd, but he's certainly not speaking accurately about the political situation, which is what he's supposed to be speaking about. All right, let's see what else he has to say.
And so they are saying it is our Islamic duty to remain neutral. And when they bring in Islam, I too must bring in Islam and weigh my opinion here. Others have even gone beyond this, and I've heard this with my own 2 ears from online interviews by famous clerics here in this part of the world and around the world, who are, unbelievably in my opinion, actually cheering on Israel against Iran because of the hatred and the anger that they have to Iran. So what then should our stance be? As usual, much can be said and time is limited. But let me share with you my remarks and my interpretation, and it is up to you to take it or to leave it. And this is my forte and area: Islamic theology, Islamic sectarianism. From a purely...
Guys, this is his area. He's not speaking outside his area. He's telling you what Islam teaches right now. He will speak out of his area. Don't worry. The second half, he totally speaks outside of his area and says some of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life. But in this portion, he's speaking in his area. He's telling you what Islamic theology is all about.
Well,
So
Islamic theology says, kill all the disbelievers first, and then once you've killed them, kill the hypocrites.
Oh, okay. So that's what he's saying.
They would be hypocrites. So unite with them now and then kill them later, because that's what Islamic theology actually teaches. The only reason that Shias still exist and are not wiped out is because Islam has not taken over the world.
So when he's speaking from his area of expertise, he's saying, yes, they deserve to die in Iran, but those who are outside of Islam need to die first. Okay, just thank you for clarifying, Mary.
Theological standpoint. From a purely aqidah standpoint, there is no question that Sunnism and Twelver, Ithna Ashari, Ja'fari Shi'ism has a lot of disagreement. And I have spoken about these disagreements and given entire lectures, and you can listen to this online. I have an entire hour-long lecture I gave over here about the differences between Sunnism and Shiism.
And by the way, Aqidah is what they think Allah is. It's literally, they think God's something totally different.
I mean, they try to
They
claim
don't believe in the same God that
as
we
us.
do. Yeah.
You put the same label on it, and it's the same thing according to Dawa anyway. So,
Yeah. So, yes, they believe in a God that is completely incompatible with our God. Their God doesn't have any of the characteristics of our God, and our God is nothing like their God. But
I don't even understand. Do you listen to yourself speaking?
Doesn't understand, Mary. Come on. Let's let him finish.
Equivocally, and for the record, that I am a mainstream Sunni, that I do not agree with Twelver, Ithna Ashari.
Hey, he's a mainstream Sunni, everyone. What is mainstream Islam? Slaughtering unbelievers in the name of Allah. Just thought I'd clarify.
Theology. I strongly believe they are mistaken about core fundamentals of what it means to believe in Allah and His Messenger. I have
like
continue to
who
say
Allah
it
is.
even now.
Yeah, he says that they're mistaken about who Allah is and who Muhammad is, but somehow, they're still Muslims.
Yep.
That's like someone who would say, for people who don't understand, right? This is like someone who would say that, Mormons, they have a mistaken understanding of who Jesus is. They have a mistaken understanding of the nature of God. They mistakenly believe in a polytheistic type system, but it's still the same thing, right, guys?
Yeah, like that is the level of the disagreement, because keep in mind that Muhammad is a creator with Allah in creating the world in 12-verse Shiism.
So Misha said, can he be deported now for being against Western values? Well, he's an American citizen and was born here, so there'd be nowhere to deport him to. Now, he could be jailed, at least in principle. I'm not saying he should be. I definitely don't think that's the case, but if something were done, it would be jail time for advocating for terrorism. It wouldn't be deportation.
However, the scholarly consensus from 1,200 years ago up until our times, our ulama, our trained theologians, and I am one of them, inshallah ta'ala, have unanimously agreed amongst themselves that the mistakes of 12-verse Shi'ism do not expel them from the fold of Islam as a default. Their errors, and there are errors, their deviations, and there are deviations, are still within the fold of Islam.
So again.
Does he know he's lying, or is he mentally insane?
Muhammad being creator, Allah's first creation and creator of the world, is totally within Islam, guys. That's totally in Islam.
And apparently it's the unanimous consensus of all scholars for the last 1,000 years, which is, that's interesting. That's the last 1,000 years when Islam is 1,400 years old and the split is like 1,390 years old. But that's just a complete bold-faced lie. That is not the unanimous consensus of all scholars. I'm almost certain that the majority position is that Shias are outside of Sunni scholars, is that Shias are outside of the fold of Islam. And he's saying it's a unanimous opinion outside otherwise.
Here's the thing. If you say the Shahada, you're a Muslim. You are in Islam. So you
Fair
can
enough.
say anything. You can say that my dog is God and you're in Islam because you have said the Shahada. What you are,
the technicality is what you're saying.
Heretic who commits kufr.
Yeah. So, okay. So, technically, you're a Muslim who's a hypocrite, which is
a hypocrite and a disbeliever, worse. But you're like a Muslim disbeliever. You're not a pagan disbeliever. You are a Muslim who commits shirk, not a pagan who commits shirk. Because
Gotcha.
Once you become a Muslim, you're in that way just by saying the Shahada. So amazing.
Yeah. So pure technicality here, right? That's like saying, a Hindu is a Christian because they believe in God.
Well, we don't have a magic spell that, by the way, wasn't taught by Muhammad, but we don't have a magic spell to become Christian. But it would be like, as long as people are baptized, then they are just Christian.
Mm-hmm. That's true. So all Jews then, or at least all converts to Judaism, but I'm pretty sure all Jews go through baptism at one point or another, since it's not the same purpose, but it's for cleansing of sins and whatnot.
And so on.
Yep. So by that logic, all Jews are in fact Christians because they're all baptized. So
they all do ritual cleansing that involves immersion. So
Yep. I'm not an expert, but I was pretty sure that was true, and Mary confirmed. So good to go there. See, I was not speaking outside my area of expertise. I was not an ultra-crepidarian.
And they are considered to be Muslims as a default. Yes, if you find an individual who that individual has very obscure, very erratic beliefs, yes, you may take that individual belief. But as a default, a person who comes to you and says he belongs to that firqa, that strand, as the asl, the default, they are your fellow Muslims. They believe in Allah. They believe in the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They believe in the Day of Judgment. They pray to Allah. They do wudu. They fast Ramadan. They lower their heads in the direction of the Qibla. They are outwardly and inwardly Muslim as a default.
When you reach this level of idiocy, I mean, how do you even possibly respond?
Well,
Again, this shows that it's all about orthopraxis, not orthodoxy.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, I mean, that's literally his argument.
Their believing in Muhammad involves, again, believing that that Muhammad is creator, that Allah himself has no mind at all, like is mindless, is thoughtless. Sentience is, Allah is above sentience. And he has sentience in the sense that he has emanated Muhammad, the spirit of the messenger, who in turn emanates the Holy Spirit, and those are and the Holy Spirit then emanates the world. And that's believing in Muhammad. So I believe that Muhammad was a desert pagan who who dressed stuff up in a folk version of monotheism. Oh, look, I'm a Muslim. Well, I'm not, because why? The orthopraxis isn't there. For orthodoxy, all you need is that confirmation. So the words of the Shahada, and then you just need the orthopraxis. So you just bow in the right direction, makes you a Muslim.
So Maury said, who was Yaser talking about when he said, does he know he's lying or is he insane? Well, I mean, himself, obviously. I played it and he was responding to himself. But in the original context, Jay Smith is who he's talking about.
Yeah, and he's not, and here, he is not actually fully lying. These are accommodations that Islam has made, but it means that Islam itself is orthopraxis, not orthodoxy. It's all about the outward appearances, not the belief structure.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So technicality, well, from our perspective anyway, technicality, have different doctrine, different understanding of God, but still Muslim because they follow Ramadan and they use the word Allah. And
right. So that means that you need to wait to kill them all until after you've killed everyone else or subjugated them.
Yep.
And this is by the unanimous consensus of our own scholarly tradition as well. So yes, they have mistakes, but those mistakes do not expel them from the reality of our ummah. And I have said this even before the current conflict. When there was nothing going on, I have given my lectures here, and I have said our disagreements should not result in increasing sectarianism. Let us agree to disagree. Let us agree to disagree in a civil manner. What is the benefit of me preaching hatred to my masjid and they preaching hatred to their masjid?
I don't know. Isn't that what you're doing today? I mean, he's literally preaching hatred, regardless of whether he's what he's saying about Shia Islam. He is preaching hatred at minimum against Jews in Israel. So what is the benefit of preaching hatred from our mosques? Well, I don't know. Why do you do it every week? I mean, not in fairness, not literally every week, but why do you do it all the time? What's the benefit? Oh, right. To unite Muslims against the other, against our common enemy. Got it.
We have two different interpretations. Let Allah be the judge in the hereafter. And in this world, let us get along for a better society. Let us come together to build better schools for our children. Let us not hate and fight one another, even as we agree to disagree. This had been my stance before the conflict began. Now, the problem comes, the issue becomes more complicated when it's not just theology anymore. What I have just said, frankly, every mainstream theologian, and allow me to be blunt here, from the Salafis to the Ash'aris to the Sufis to the Deobandis to the Jamaat Islamis to the Barelvis, the mainstream Sunni consensus is that Ithna Ashari, Ja'fari, 12 Shias are Muslim, but they have mistaken beliefs. You can quote this, there's not much disagreements here. But the problem comes, it's not theology. The critics come and they say, oh,
That's funny. He says it's unanimous, and then he says there's not much disagreement, which means there's some disagreement, which means it's not unanimous. Just thought I'd point that out. But Mary helpfully illustrated that he's talking about a technicality here. They agree that they're Muslims because they did the magic words, and they keep a very nominal appearance of doing the same things, and that's all that counts. But they are heretics who will burn in hell. So not really much benefit in saying they are Muslim, or you don't get much by agreeing they're Muslim. Let's put it that way.
oh, we are not just disagreeing about issues of Iman. Have you forgotten what they've done in the last decade? And they will bring in the difficult wars and situations that took place. And these are legitimate criticisms that they bring. How the specific elements of the Iranian regime, Khamenei himself, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, multiple groups amongst the Iranian elite, blatantly supported Bashar al-Assad in the brutality of what took place in Syria, in the massacre of his own people. What's happening in Yemen, what's happening in other places as well. There is simply no defense of the political support that was given by the current regime to the tyrannical, despotic regimes that were massacring their own people. And there is no question that anybody who aided and abetted...
Hang on, give me a second.
The rape.
So who here are the evil despotic regimes and who here are the good guys?
Well, I mean, Assad in context is who he's talking about.
Yes.
But he did say plural. He did say plural, so I don't know who else he would have in mind, honestly.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, maybe.
Who?
I mean, that's a long while ago, but
yeah, but also
decade,
there's also been some issues between Sunni and Shia since then too.
Well, yeah. There's ongoing issues in Iraq. That's true.
But yeah, so the Assad is the bad guy. Who is fine to support? Who's the good guys to support?
Saudi Arabia, ISIS.
No, ISIS. So
it's true because the main opposition, in Syria is ISIS.
Right. So he's pro-ISIS, anti-Assad. Yay! Just wanted to really draw that out here. That Yasir Qadhi is a supporter of ISIS.
Yep. And to be clear, I would agree that Assad's regime is terrible and horrible, but why is he not saying anything about ISIS? Good question there.
The massacres that took place in Syria will face divine justice on Yawm al-Qiyamah. And if somebody
hang on.
feels a level of anger,
specifically Assad will face justice. Not ISIS, Assad.
Yeah, the massacres by the Syrian government that were supported by Iran, right? That's what he's talking about.
Yep.
Never mind the, massacres by ISIS in the same region. And, also, for that matter, the massacres of Christian population since the takeover by the new regime. He doesn't seem to care about those either, right? He's only talking about the ones supported by Iran. Huh.
maybe their own family, their kith and kin have been hurt in this, that they cannot come out in support of this regime. It is understandable. Yet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, وَلَا يَجْرِمَنَّكُمْ شَنَآنُ قَوْمٍ عَلَىٰ أَلَّا تَعْدِلُوا اِعْدِلُوا هُوَ أَقْرَبُ لِلتَّقْوَى. Let not the hatred of a people cause you to act with injustice. This verse was revealed against the Quraysh.
just the reason I'm laughing here is because what does he mean by injustice, right? In context, what is he talking about?
Not supporting the Shia against the West, not supporting the Shia against Israel, not saying death to the West and death to Israel. In context, that is what he's saying.
Yep. So he's saying that if you don't support Iran as a Muslim in their hatred of Israel and hatred of the West as a whole and the hatred of America literally written into their constitution, then you are engaging in injustice. So you have some legitimate beefs with them. They've done some bad things. But if you don't support their goal of wiping out the West, then you are participating in an injustice. You got to unpack this. You got to read between the lines, because he's not going to just come out and say death to America, but it's there. It is there.
Against those who were fighting the Muslims, against those who had attempted 5 assassination attempts against the Prophet ﷺ. Nothing is worse than that. Nothing the Iranian regime has done is worse than what the Quraysh did against Muslims and the people of Islam. And yet Allah says,
hang on, what did the Quraysh do?
Well, according to him, attempted to assassinate Muhammad.
But they didn't. They're just a lie.
Well, even if they did, I mean, Iran has attempted to assassinate people.
Yep.
So it's not the assassination, right? It's not the assassination. It's the opposition to Muhammad, right? Regardless of whether they assassinated him or not, certainly many Qurayshi opposed Muhammad. And nothing is worse in this world than opposing Muhammad, Mary. Who else opposes Muhammad?
Apparently nothing else is worse. So the entirety of the West. Everyone who isn't Muslim. The Chinese government, who is Iran's ally. So Iran's ally, the Chinese government, is busy genociding Muslims because they are troublesome. So, I mean, it's hilarious. It really is. So...
We got Wad demonstrating his usual level of non-intelligence. He said, Assad isn't evil? Wow. Yeah, that's totally what Mary said, is that Assad isn't evil.
What I said was, specifically, Yasir Qadhi is talking about evils in Syria. And the only evils in Syria that are brought up by Yasir Qadhi is Assad. Assad is evil. Assad is a reason for people to have resentment. Assad would change how people view Shia without mentioning a word about ISIS.
So would it be fair to say, in your opinion, Assad and ISIS are both evil, Mary?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you can say they're both evil? You don't have to be like Wad here, who says, well, if you say the one is evil, then you can't say the other is evil. Or like Yasir Qadhi, who doesn't seem to have any problem with ISIS whatsoever. Just Assad. Interesting. If Yasir Qadhi loves Iran so much, he should go live there. Well, I don't think he loves Iran. He tolerates Iran, and he hates the enemies of Iran, such as America and Israel. There's a difference. He doesn't love it, but he tolerates it.
let not the hatred of a people cause you to act unjustly. Act justly. That is the essence of taqwa.
Okay, hang on. Did Muhammad act justly toward the Quraysh?
Of course not.
So what happened? The Quraysh were sick of him and his troublemaking. They wanted him to leave. He refused to leave. And so they issued a boycott of his plan, which was protecting him. So according to the tribalistic, primitive view, which is also in Islam. His tribe was acting with justice when they protected Muhammad from getting thrown out. And the vast majority of the rest of the Quraysh refused to allow the entire tribe to suffer consequences. So they kept smuggling them extra food and extra stuff and clothes and all sorts of things, whatever they needed. They got given by people who were constantly handing it over to them because they cared about their relatives. So they didn't want to see even the guilty suffer if the innocent would also suffer. When Muhammad was thrown out, and by the way, when he left Mecca, this was not, oh, we are going on a great migration. No, Muhammad spent all of his time going, you will not throw me out. Instead, Allah will come and he will obliterate you. He will destroy you. And I will not fear. I will not sorrow. My people will be strong. He had expulsion theology that he taught for years in Mecca, in which true prophets don't get thrown out of their home. Instead, Allah brings a supernatural torment, a painful torment upon the people, the disbelievers, in the place where the prophets belong, destroys the unbelievers, and then the people of the believers take over. That's what Muhammad taught over and over and over again. For 13 years he taught this, and then he got kicked out. After saying that he would not be expelled, he would not be kicked out. No, he got kicked out anyway. When Abbas became the head of his clan, Abbas was like, I'm done with this. This is exhausting. You really can't stay. I will help you make arrangements to go somewhere else in comfort and not just throw you in the desert. But you have to go. And Jawad, read Surah 6.
Mm-hmm.
Read Surah 6, because this will be the last for years.
This will be the last time we interact with Wad unless he demonstrates some actual intelligence here. He says to me that I don't understand any of your pathetic reasoning because he thinks you believe that the only people in Syria are Assad and his followers and ISIS, and you're pretending that there's no other people. That is not your point at all, right?
Nope.
Am I being stupid here? Is your point that Yasir Qadhi refuses to call out the evil of ISIS, and thus there was no reason to mention that there are, for example, Christians and Kurds there? Oh my goodness. Is that correct, Mary? Or am I just stupid and it's me who's not understanding, and not Wad, who has reduced your position to being that there is only Assad and ISIS, and everyone who isn't Assad must be ISIS.
Why would he not call out ISIS then? He selectively called out those who do evil as Assad. Selectively. Because in his mind, that is who is doing evil there. ISIS is not doing evil, so they don't get called out. He is calling out evils. So he's calling out the evils of ISIS and not calling out ISIS, or the evils of Assad and not calling out ISIS, because to him, if ISIS might have overstepped the bounds in some ways, then, that's just a small thing. They are not the ones they will not answer on the day of resurrection. Only Assad will, according to him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, as usual, he doesn't have any understanding whatsoever of anything being said, or intentionally distorts it, one or the other. You can decide whether he's ignorant or evil. I'm on the fence. To be perfectly honest, I'm on the fence. I find it hard to believe that someone could come back so many times and spout so much ignorance constantly and it not be an act. But, you decide for yourself.
Yeah. Anyway, but just the level of insanity in what he's saying, it is tremendous. Because again, who did evil? Muhammad was out of Mecca, and new leader of his tribe had made arrangements for him to have a comfortable life in Medina. And in Medina, he had a more comfortable life than he ever had in Mecca, especially after he started slaughtering people and making lots of money. But he was given provisions there when he was due nothing because the money was his wife's, and he would have inherited a very small amount from her because she had a living son. So her son would have basically gotten almost everything. He would have gotten very little. He would have been poor again. But he had this comfortable life. How did he repay the Quraysh, who did not kill him and absolutely could have at any point, who just wanted him to go away and leave them alone, who made accommodations for him to go somewhere else in comfort and didn't just kick him out into the desert? How did he repay them? He put in a blockade. He tried to slaughter all of the people in all of their caravans, or take them captive and hold them for ransom if he didn't kill them immediately, steal all of their possessions, blockade them, and starve them out. The reason why the Quraysh did not fight against Muhammad was because they were starving, and they were starving because of Muhammad. Muhammad was a man of injustice and bloody mindedness and pride and evil from the very beginning. A very, very evil man from the beginning.
And I actually think this is very interesting here, because he's talking about the Quraysh, and I guess he's saying we should follow the example of Muhammad or something. But what did Muhammad do after he was kicked out of Mecca, right? He spent years raising an army and then went back and attacked Mecca. You know, he could have been like expanding the Islamic empire into the lands of the unbeliever, but he raised an army to attack Mecca.
And the reason why he survived so long, even when the Meccans brought armies against him, they didn't want to fight their own relatives. They didn't want to kill them, but Muhammad did. Muhammad wanted them to kill their own relatives, and so they did. Muhammad was a deeply perverted, violent man, and he could not stand that his own people rejected him. And so he was going to kill them or make them submit, which is what he did.
All right. We got a little bit more on how awesome Shia are, or at least how much better they are than non-believers.
Let us act justly. The dhulm, the injustice of segments of Iranian politicians, and it is dhulm, what they did in Syria and other places, should not be extrapolated to the bulk of the Iranian peoples, many of whom have nothing to do with the foreign policies of their own countries. Just like...
Yeah, that's true, but what is the conflict? Is the conflict between the people of Iran and Israel, or is it between the government of Iran and the government of Israel? So why are you bringing the people in and saying, many of the people don't support the government? Yeah, I agree. What does that have to do with anything? You're telling us that we should support the government of Iran, despite the government of Iran being evil, because the people of Iran don't support the actions of their government. Does this make sense to you, Mary? As an argument?
Not even slightly. You must support the government, is what he's saying.
Yeah. I mean, he's arguing that Sunni Muslims need to support the government of Iran. And they say, but you know, they did some bad things, but people disagreed with that. Don't bring the people into it. No one's bringing the people into it, you freaking moron.
We in America are not to be held responsible for what our own government does. The average Iranian person, citizen, has nothing to do with the foreign policy of their own country. So we should not extrapolate that anger to the entirety of 90 million people living in that land, much less the 115 million 12 or Ithna Ashari Shias around the world, much more than just in Iran. It is the height of injustice to be angry at some politicians in Iran and extrapolate it to all 12 or Shia. How did you get from here to there? Be angry.
That is if anyone's doing anything, it would be the reverse, saying that you hate all of Shia Islam and therefore you hate the government. No one's saying I hate the government of Iran, therefore I hate all Shias. And this is his argument for why you should support the government of Iran. This guy doesn't even know how to form a coherent argument. My goodness. Ignoring all the lies, it doesn't even follow from his premises that you should support the government. Unbelievable.
At those whom you deserve to be angry at. And it is those politicians who sided with the abettors of massacring. But even in that anger, and even those who sided with that dhulm, let us be clear here. The two sides are not equal. On the one side, on the...
All right, so that concludes his reasons why you should support Shias. Here's my summary.
The reason why I don't listen to them is because they have nothing to offer.
What's your summary of his attempt to rally support for Shia Islam? You're on mute.
Oh, I was just shaking my head like.
Oh yeah, well we can't see.
You can't see it, but like what? And by the way, the word he keeps saying means injustice, zulm. Although he's pronouncing it a little bit funky, but it's zulm. It was a little bit hard to understand for a second. It's like,
all right, so now he's going to get into the real issue, right? So he spent 10 minutes, 11 minutes explaining why Shia are still count as Muslims. Now he's going to get into the real issue, which is Israel is so evil, it doesn't matter, right? So evil, they must be destroyed at all costs. Before we do that, super chat from Nejis Kafir.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
You didn't trigger the goat apologist, but you still got him. Shabir Ali just dropped a video about healing the Shia-Sunni rift. I wonder why. Yeah, the same exact reason why Yasir Qadhi decides to do this sermon on Friday, because the U.S. is taking militaristic action against Iran, and even someone as legitimately liberalized as Shabir Ali, let alone someone who is just pretending to be liberalized like Yasir Qadhi, say, you know, we gotta stand up here. We gotta fight against America, and they're evil. They're evil for bombing Iran. You know, bombing, not really. I mean, of course, some people are involved, but you know, bombing the militaristic apparatus of Iran is so evil that we need to heal the Sunni-Shia divide. I think I mean, I don't think it's coincidence, right? I haven't watched Shabir, but I imagine he doesn't actually mention the conflict. But I don't think it's coincidental that he is talking about that exact topic at this exact minute. And Yasir Qadhi, of course, is quite explicit that the reason we need to heal the divide is because we need to unite to oppose Israel and the United States. Now, the conflict in Israel, of course, has been ongoing for quite some time. I think it's really about the U.S. getting involved. I think that's what is really prompting them to action. Your thoughts, Mary?
Yeah, and keep in mind that Shabir Ali is not even, he is so moderate that he is not even in one of the schools of fiqh, or even in a school of anything. Like, he is not in a traditional Islamic stream. He is outside of that. He argues for things that are revisionist. He is a massive progressive in interpretation. And yet here we are with Shabir Ali doing this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Shabir, I have no reason to believe that I have many reasons to believe he's dishonest in the way he handles academic sources and whatnot, but I have no reason to believe he's dishonest in his religious beliefs. He's about, and assuming that's true, he's about as legitimately moderate, liberalized, many Muslims would say heretical as you can get, and yet he still has the same mindset, right? Iran good because Muslims, America bad because Iran Muslims. I mean, I'm of course speculating here, but I don't think it's that much of a speculation, right? He hasn't explicitly said it, obviously, but I don't really think it's that much of a stretch to say that's what's going on in his mind. And besides, with Shabir being on a heretical fringe of Islam to begin with, he might be more inclined to say, yeah, Shia Islam is just as legitimate as Sunni Islam.
The one side, you have the bloodthirsty colonialist settler enterprise, a machine of cruelty that has industrialized genocide, trampled on every single remnant of human dignity, unleashed a cruelty so depraved that it blatantly justifies the starvation of tens of thousands of children. It has destroyed every single hospital. It has destroyed every single school.
All right, I'm going to cut him off there. Obviously, he's intending to describe Israel, but he actually doesn't say Israel. I think it's intentional that he doesn't say Israel. I think he was very careful not to say Israel there so that you could insert the West as a whole. I also think it's very interesting that, Israel is intentionally starving the people in Gaza when the Gaza shares a border with Egypt. Is Egypt sending in food?
No, of course not. Well, do keep in mind, what is the most common last name of people in Gaza? Like the version of Smith. What's their last name? Al-Masri. What does that mean? The Egyptian. They're not even from this area. A huge percentage of the people. So at the time that Israel was established, there weren't any serious cities in that area. It was mostly farming villages and the Christian churches and their associated communities, and it was pretty rural. So the Jews came in and began doing lots of more advanced farming and commerce and things like that. And there was something that happened called jobs. So what happened? Muslims from surrounding areas came to take these jobs. And then they went, oh, we're all Palestinians. Yes. Al-Masri is a Palestinian. The dude named the Egyptian is totally a Palestinian. It's such a farce. Jordan doesn't want them because they are violent jihadis who try to overthrow their state. Egypt doesn't want them because they're violent jihadis who try to overthrow the state. People went into that area to foment jihad. Like people moved in as well, specifically to get people stirred up to foment jihad. Nobody wants these people because they're violent jihadis.
Yeah, that is correct here. So, I mean, there's a couple things at play. Certainly, that's not the only thing. But the history of these people who are called Palestinians is one marked by unrest everywhere they went. As Mary said, they lived in what is Jordan for a period of time and tried to overthrow the government there. The Islamic government, I might add. They agitated against the government in Kuwait. They agitated against the government in Syria. And Gaza was part of Egypt for a period of time. And in the last conflict in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors, in the peace negotiations, Israel offered to give the Gazan land to Egypt as part of their territory, and Egypt flatly refused. They did not want to have anything to do with governing this land. And today, Egypt wants nothing to do with it whatsoever either. If you look at the pictures of the border between Egypt and Gaza, you'll see a multi-tiered razor wire fence to keep people from crossing, with armed guards on the Egyptian side enforcing it, because among other things, the Palestinian cause is united with the Muslim Brotherhood, which has caused unrest in Egypt and has attempted and at times succeeded at coupping the Egyptian government. And Egypt is highly dependent on a stable state for its existence, because a large portion of its income comes from tourism. No one is going to go to Egypt for tourism, no matter how great the pyramids are, if their lives are at risk. And so Egypt wants nothing to do with these people. So to say that Israel is somehow uniquely evil is to ignore reality. The other thing I will add is that the governments, right, by and large, the actual governments of the Middle Eastern countries are very practical. They have a somewhat secular mindset. They do have to cater to the Islamic fundamentalists, the elite, but they would actually prefer, by and large, to secularize their countries, and they would like to normalize relations with Israel. So they have a very difficult dynamic where they have to project support for Gaza, the Palestinian people, whatever, while also not actually supporting them, because they actually like Israel, because Israel brings stability to the region, and they like that because they're practical. And then there is also the element of the Islamic fundamentalists who say it would be wrong to allow the people of Palestine to migrate anywhere else, because that would just, it would, one, admit that we're giving up the land and we're not allowed to do that, Islamically speaking. And two, it would support the genocide of relocation that supposedly Israel is so in line with. So you see, everyone in the region doesn't want anything to do with Gaza for various different reasons. And yet somehow it is all Israel's fault, right? It's all Israel's fault. They are pure evil, etc., etc. I do want to comment, though, on Marion here, because I am a fair person. She says, excuse you, Israel is giving them tons of food, tons. I don't think that's accurate. The food distribution is an actual issue, but okay, so I want to be very careful about how I say this. It's not a war crime, as people are saying, right? Some people are saying. It's not an attempt to starve the people to death, as people are saying. But it is also very difficult to distribute food in a war-torn region, especially when attempts at humanitarian aid are attacked at times by Hamas terrorists. So it's a very difficult situation. I think that people are legitimately starving. They legitimately don't have enough to eat. But for some reason, that doesn't include Hamas, right? It doesn't include fighters. They have plenty to eat for some reason. So you decide where the blame lies on that. But to act like it's just Israel is utter nonsense, because again, Egypt shares a border. If they wanted, they could allow international aid to go across their border without the consent of Israel, but they have no interest in doing that because they don't want war with Israel. They don't want anything to do with the Palestinian people, and they want stability in their country to protect their tourist industry.
Let's be very clear. The lack of food accessibility had nothing to do with the amount of food that was coming through. It only had to do with the fact that Hamas was able to acquire all of the highly desirable food and was using it to control the population. That's why they're massively against these new sites, because Israel's just done with that and is now handing out food packets to individuals, so you have to stand in line to get your portion. So there's no way for Hamas to take all of it. So they can't just assault each individual person leaving the line. And that's why they claimed the fake, the supposed, Israel was shooting people at the station, which is just a total lie, because they were making that claim because they want those aid stations to go away, and they want to go back to being able to steal the food. And
to be absolutely clear, whatever strategic value Israel has placed on food, Hamas has placed a higher strategic value on food. I'm not trying to whitewash and say Israel is wonderful, right? But you have to understand the reality of the situation. You have to understand that there is no like, obviously good, obviously evil type situation, as is basically always the case in war, right? Things are difficult. Things are not the way they're supposed to be. Human sin is involved, and it causes hardship. It causes, in this case, starvation. And Hamas uses food to control the people. And as Mary said, Israel has set up, distribution stations. You can argue whether they provide enough food or not. And it is very difficult for people to get food from the distribution stations. Why? Because they might be shot by Hamas as they're trying to get to the distribution station.
Yeah, that's the truth.
So, I mean, there's no obvious solution, but my point is to argue that somehow this is Muslims versus Jews or evil versus good or something is to totally ignore reality, right? Is to totally ignore the reality of the situation. All right. With that said, now let's get the by his own admission, person who doesn't really know anything about geopolitics, very informed positions about what's going on.
Every single masjid in Gaza, while their peoples are cheering them on.
By the way, he said that every hospital is destroyed, every school is destroyed. That's just an outright lie. That's not true. Like even liberal organizations that 100% oppose Israel will tell you that's not true.
The average Israeli, poll after poll shows, is in support of Netanyahu. The average Israeli is reveling and mocking as our brothers and sisters are massacred in Gaza. Have you not seen the TikTok videos? Have you not seen the memes of them eating luscious food as they transpose it with people starving in Gaza? This is...
No, actually, I have not seen what some moron posted as propaganda on TikTok. That's not how I do research. Maybe that's how you do research, Yasir Qadhi, and that's how you decided what you'd be talking today, is you'd go onto TikTok and see what people are posting as propaganda, a lot of which is AI generated, by the way, and that's the reality of the truth of the situation. Unlike you, I'm not a moron. I actually look at what international organizations are saying, look at the history of the politics in the region, try to understand what's actually going on. I don't just see some moron who probably isn't even a Jew in Israel. It's probably just some troll in America who thinks it's funny, posting images of people eating food transposed with starvation. Come on now. And yet, what is he doing? What is he doing? He's saying this to set up where it's justified to annihilate every person in Israel. Right? That's what he's saying. Every person in Israel agrees with this. And this is what they are.
So now we need to kill them all. So yes, Islamic Shia regimes are totally evil sometimes because they kill Sunnis, right? And Sunni regimes that massacre people, they're fine. But Shia regimes kill Sunnis, and they're sometimes... So the regimes are often terrible. However, the regular Shia, they don't agree with this. But in Israel, it's different. Every single person not only agrees with what the Israel government is doing, but actually wants the slaughter of every single Muslim in the world. So we should kill them all. That's what I say. So again, this is a guy who has American citizenship, whose parents we invited to this country. I want to ask people what kind of guests you ought to invite into your house. seriously, what kind of guests should you invite into your house? Now, even if your own children misbehave, they're your children. What guests should you invite into your house?
I mean, you can decide what you want to invite to your own house, but I would probably invite people I like, people who are friendly to me, people who are pleasant, people who are, not going to slaughter me and cut my throat if they get the chance. I mean, just me. You decide for yourself. Serious point here first. What about the hostages? They are living underground and haven't seen daylight for over a year, being denied healthcare, food, and being psychologically abused daily. And yes, I forgot to mention that that's another element to this, right? I mean, I'm sure that there are many people living in the region who are nice, normal people who are very much harmed by this situation, but there are a disproportionately large number of people who want to wage jihad, want to slaughter Israel, want to, take over the entirety of the land from the sea to the river and whatnot, and thus that they've taken hostages. Israel has repeatedly said you release the hostages and then there can be a ceasefire, and they refused to do so. So it's very interesting how this is portrayed as so one-sided, not just by Yasir Qadhi, by a large portion of the Western media as well, I must admit. Good Emperor with a question here. He does research, question mark. Well, let me just let Yasir Qadhi tell you about his research.
To this day, I have not had the patience to listen to an entire series or an entire full YouTube lecture beginning to end from them.
So I feel that I should explain the context here. This is from his video. All these clips are from his video where he finally responded to the holes in the narrative crisis. He was getting so much flack from Muslims. And so he said, I'm going to see what they're saying and respond to it. And in his video responding, he admits that he couldn't get through a whole video because it was too beneath him or whatever. So he literally doesn't know what people are saying, and yet he feels that he's just such a grand intellectual and so superior to us critics that he should be listened to, and we should just keep quiet and never speak about Islam. We're unqualified to speak about Islam in any possible way. And I think that this is like legitimately reflects his ego. He thinks that he's like some super genius who has brilliant thoughts about everything and doesn't feel like he needs to actually put any effort into learning things because he's that smart, right? He knows Islam so well that he could and the Quran contains all the knowledge anyone would actually ever want to know anyway. So he can just speak about anything off the top of his head, and it will be far more brilliant than anyone else who, as he repeatedly says, doesn't even know Arabic. Obviously, to be an expert on geopolitics, you need to know Arabic because you need to have studied the Quran in detail, I think is the argument. The sheer arrogance of this guy is wild. Yeah. I'm going to be perfectly honest here. I dislike Yasir Qadhi more than anyone else in the Dawah scene with the possible exception of Muhammad Ijab. He's so full of himself while projecting this image of being a nice academic bullshit. And yes, I realize I just said shit, so my apologies.
Israel, that is the reality. Contrast this with the other side, Iran right now. The average person in that country has nothing to do with the foreign policy. In that land, the adhan is being called. In that land, the masajid are being filled. In that land, sajda is done. In that land, the Quran is recited. In that land, as this battle is going on, they are invoking Allah for help. How can you compare this with that? Wallahi, this is the height of injustice. No.
So again, his argument for why you should support the Iranian government is that the Iranian people don't support it. And the reason you should oppose the Israeli government is because the people do support it. Among other things. And I was laughing, though, because he's like, people are invoking Allah, fine, whatever. The masjids are filled. Okay. Do you not know anything about Iran? or just Shia Islam in general, for that matter? Mosque attendance is not considered important in Shia Islam. And as a result, something like 3% of the population goes to masjid. But they're filling the masjids. That's why they announced last year, I think it was, that 67%, the government was officially shutting down 67% of the government-supported mosques because it was a waste of money.
Yep. But again, notice the orthopraxis. So again, this would be us like, the Mormons, they go to church. They sing hymns. They get baptized. They do weird things in underwear, but that's fine. Like, come on.
Timothy says Yaser has 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. Now, to be clear, I do actually think he's probably fairly intelligent, but his arrogance overwhelms his intelligence to the point where I think he legitimately doesn't realize how stupid the things he says are because he's so full of himself.
No matter how angry you are, and yes, wallahi, some of that anger is legitimate. Some of that anger against politicians of that country of Iran is legitimate. No matter how angry you are, the two are not and cannot be the same. And also, by the way, do you really think, oh, innocent person who thinks these two are equal, do you really think that Israel only wants to destroy Iran and that is it? Have you lost?
So that's I wanted to pause it there real quick because that's the first time he mentioned Israel since the explicitly mentioned Israel since the introduction. Up to that point, you were just left to fill in with your mind who he was talking about. And yes, the description was of Israel, or at least the Muslim perception of Israel. But I think he left the term out on purpose because he wants you to broaden it. He wants you to think at the greater cause here than just Israel. Now we get to the fun part here, where he goes into some insane conspiracy theories in his geopolitical knowledge. So he's talking about Israel now. Do you think that Israel just wants to stop at Iran, which, as far as I know, they don't want to take over Iran to begin with, but
no, they don't want to take over Iran. Even the greater Israel folks don't want Iran. Like, even the people who are the wildest Zionists, who want the largest possible, they would want Lebanon, big chunk, a chunk of Syria, a chunk of Jordan, and a chunk of Saudi Arabia, and that's it. You'd just be done. You'd just be done.
So we'll explain more what Mary's talking about here in a second, but let's hear what Qadhi has to say first, because that will be highly relevant here in a second.
Lost all sense and sensibility? Do you not understand that after Iran it is every single Muslim superpower in the region? Do you really think that it is just one land? You cheering them on against Iran is you cheering them on against yourself when your own turn comes. They have publicly and blatantly said they want a greater Israel project. They want to gobble up every single Muslim land and region. One of their maps that they say greater Israel includes.
No. Mary, you gotta let him. You gotta let him finish. He's almost done.
Oh my goodness.
He's almost done, but you gotta let him finish because it's like we'll just let
Islam,
it
believing the two are the same. No, wallahi, they are not the same. And I say this as somebody who
I had to rewind a little bit, so you'll get it repeating it. But listen to what his description of quote unquote greater Israel is.
strongly disagrees theologically and politically with the country of Iran. But still, on the one hand, you have Iman, even if it has mistakes. And the other, you have not just kufr, but blatant kufr. Not just average kufr, but the most...
You know what? I think it accidentally went forward. So let's try again.
Believing the two are the same. Come on against yourself when your own turn comes. They have publicly and blatantly said they want a greater Israel project. They want to gobble up every single Muslim land and region. Some of their maps that they say greater Israel includes Mecca and Medina. And here you are, oh naive, foolish person.
All right, that's where I wanted to get the Mecca and Medina. The Mecca and Medina, right? Okay, so according to him, not just like some fringe people, and we'll get to what the fringe Greater Israel movement people actually say.
Oh, but that's not even.
I know. Okay, I gotta set the terms. Okay, so according to him, not just this fringe Greater Israel movement, which Mary will explain in detail here in a second, but the Israeli government as a whole have publicly announced that they want to take every Muslim land, including taking Mecca and Medina. Okay?
Untrained, unqualified, ignorant, arrogant individuals who spout ridiculous claims that don't have a shred of credibility amongst actual academics.
Remember, he's speaking about geopolitics, which he admits he has no idea about, but this is what he says Israel's government has said. All right, so what is Greater Israel, Mary?
So this is a lunatic conspiracy theory of Muslims. Let's be clear. The only people talking about this are Muslims who kind of base this off of, I think, actually some bad Christian readings of the Bible, honestly, and who are part of the dispensationalists who have some goofy ideas. I don't think that this is any kind of idea that anyone had at all whatsoever in the world of, here, hang on, let me open a different image too. Oh,
let me get that on the screen so that people
yeah, bring that up so that we can see it. So this is what the Muslims are screaming about. This is what they want. This is what they're going to do. So, no.
Yeah, so the idea in this theory is that Israel, the promised land, is supposed to go all the way from the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates River, and thus you just connect the dots there, right? You draw it all the way across, and you get a map that looks something like this. Apparently, I also added the portion of Egypt for some reason.
The entire length of the Euphrates River, not just any Euphrates River, like the entire length. Well, it's because it talks about the other river, the Brook of Egypt, but that's not where the Brook of Egypt is. That's not the Brook of Egypt. The Brook of Egypt is not there. That's not what's described. Now, let me show you what Greater Israel actually is and what it includes, because this includes the, and I do not, I don't know what flavor this denomination is, but they have an accurate map here, so we will use their map. Here's the actual map. Do you see the river there, Euphrates? Does it go to the Euphrates, Thaddeus?
It looks
yes,
like
it does.
At the tippy top of your screen there, right?
That would be the part of the Euphrates. And does it go to the Brook of Egypt that is actually the Brook of Egypt? That was the ancient border between Egypt and Egyptian-controlled Asia and the rest of there? Yes, the Brook of Egypt. It's there, Brook of Egypt. Does it go all the way down to the Red Sea? Yes, it does. Does it include the shore? Yes. That is the land described as the land given to the Jewish people in the Bible, and was the maximum extent of Solomon's empire. He made the part up there that goes up to Euphrates. he made them a subject people. And they would have continued to have power over it. And actually, Tyre and Sidon and stuff, they were giving him so many gifts and stuff that they were probably also properly kind of subject peoples at that time. He didn't have to conquer them. They just recognized him as the superpower in the region. That's it. That's the kingdom of Israel.
Yep.
Even if you go with the crazy conspiracy theory of illiterates, you know,
it still doesn't get anywhere near.
It still doesn't get anywhere near Mecca. Yeah.
Right.
Nowhere.
So hold on, Mary. Let me just explain this to the audience. So there is a portion, probably a very small portion, but maybe like 5 or 10% of the Israeli population that believe they legitimately would control the lands that Mary is showing on screen, which would be a decent chunk of Syria, a tiny little piece of Saudi Arabia, a portion of the Sinai Peninsula, which is controlled by Egypt, and I can't quite tell for sure, but maybe a little bit of land to the east as well, which would be
it's got
Jordan and Lebanon.
A decent chunk of Jordan there. Lebanon to the north. It has some of Lebanon there, and maybe you could argue.
But little pieces, right? So Syria would lose a good deal of land. The rest would be tiny amounts of land from other countries, and this is the extent of the actual fringe belief of a small number of Israelis. Then you got the conspiracy theory that Mary showed earlier, where it takes, a good portion of the upper half of the Arabian Peninsula there.
Yes.
And so it would include things like, say, Iraq.
Portions, half of Iraq.
Yeah.
And I have no idea why they drew the line the way they did on this one, because I think that they don't even know what they wanted to be close to Baghdad or something. I don't know. But
so
they
you get almost all of Syria.
Yeah.
You get all of Jordan and Lebanon. You get a good chunk of Iraq, and a fair amount of Saudi Arabia and the economically important parts of Egypt. But that's the conspiracy theory. Then you got Yasir Qadhi.
He's like, Mecca! They want Mecca! Who wants Mecca? Who on earth would want a hellhole like Mecca?
Well, they want every land. I don't know for sure if that in his mind includes North Africa, but it definitely includes
every land.
Iran. So he says they want Iran. I'm not sure if they want Turkey, but they certainly want Saudi Arabia and Oman and Yemen. Certainly want Egypt, maybe the rest of North Africa, maybe Turkey, probably not Indonesia, even in his mind. But, they want these vast, vast, vast quantities of Muslim land and call them Israel.
And he is claiming that this is a war of conquest of Israel against Iran.
And, okay, so I think that when he's saying this, what he's really thinking is the other Islamic conspiracy theory that the United States, or the West in general, wants to take over all of the oil production and conquer all these countries. That's probably what he has in his mind.
If we wanted to take the oil production, we would have it.
I know. I mean, we could easily. Let's put it this way.
Especially Russia has no ability to actually oppose us. The fact that Ukraine has been able to hold out against Ukraine, such a tiny country in population with so few resources, has been able to stand against Russia this long. We could get on the back of Russia and ride it around the globe if we wanted to. Russia could not stand against us at all. We could, if we chose, take over every single major oil producing place in the world. And you know what? If America wanted to do that, Europe would go, wee, and then wouldn't do anything. China would just dissolve into chaos because they right now, all of their breastfeeding and all the huge, we're strong, powerful, that they're trying to control their own people because they're having massive demographic issues, massive economic issues. They're having huge, huge, huge issues. If we just decided to throw around our weight the way countries with our kind of power historically did, we would control the entire world because we are that much more powerful and farther ahead. Mm-hmm. It's just a fact. And nobody would want nobody who could stand against us would want to expend that blood and resource to do it. And the Islamic countries, which can't, might want to, but if we chose to go bare earth, there would be Riyadh would be flat. There would be no one in it. They would all be dead if that is what we chose. If we did war the way Muslims did war, every Muslim would be dead. But we don't. There is nothing in the world to stop Israel, if it really wanted to bomb Mecca and destroy the Kaaba, from blowing it up. We could blow up the Kaaba. There are dozens of people who could blow up the Kaaba, and it's not even mutually assured destruction because Islam could not destroy us.
Oh yeah, for sure. Israel, I mean, Israel has, 1% of U.S.'s military might. Israel could destroy the Kaaba easily. All you need is one bomber plane. It's not like it's hard to destroy the Kaaba. But, Yasir Qadhi here believes every conspiracy theory he reads on the internet. Semi-Sweet was saying not true. Duh, it's not true. But I'm just explaining where he gets these ideas from. He legitimately thinks that the government of the United States desperately desires to take over Saudi Arabia. I'm quite certain that's probably what's in his mind when he's saying this nonsense. He's calling it Greater Israel. He's dog whistling. And by the way, I checked the comments. There are almost as many comments about how evil the West is and how Muslims need to oppose the West or America specifically as there are for Israel. So apparently a lot of his audience heard the dog whistles. He is saying, you need to unite against the evil West. This is our opportunity to stand up against them. Israel is their proxy. We can defeat, if we all stand together, we can defeat America. Is probably what he's really thinking behind all this. All right. Take a breath here. And get a humorous comment from Quran only fans. Yasir Qadhi, brothers and sisters, we can defeat the IDF. According to my deep academic research, their army is full of young, sexy Israeli female soldiers who spend their time in synchronized dance routines. I think he learned that from his TikTok scrolling, as it were. Given his other research, I would not be surprised if he's looking at a sexy AI generated videos and thinking that's actually what's going on there. And a super chat from Misha SWB, which I see. It cleared it when I had added it to the thing, and then it cleared it when I clicked on it. So it's trying, but for some reason it isn't actually adding it. No worries. Here you go.
It is within Ezra's expertise that he is outwardly son of God, but inwardly he is a mere scribe of guacamole trees. Only Ezra ventures this far.
Accurate. Thank you very much for that donation. All right, so we got one of Yasir Qadhi's, very brilliant ideas.
Ultra crepidarian.
And we'll continue on. Hey, he's describing himself.
We don't have the picture up.
What's that?
We don't have the picture up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you getting the sound, though?
Yep.
All right, cool. As long as you're getting the sound, I don't need to rewind.
The other, you have not just kufr, but blatant kufr. Not just average kufr, but the most deviant, arrogant type of kufr that we have not seen for many millennia. This is pharaonic kufr on the one side. No matter whatever mistakes the other side is making.
I knew Mary would enjoy this part. So he says, on the one side, there's arrogance of a level, kufar of a level, disbelief, and just to be translate, of a level that we've not seen in millennia. It is pharaonic kufar. So kufar of the pharaoh. Mary, you gave a nice cackle. Why?
So, in in the Quran, Muhammad's sock puppet pretend stand-in Moses version of Moses is from the same people as the Pharaoh. They are the same people. Because remember, Muhammad is the Moses of his people. And Abu Jahl is the Pharaoh of his people, right? So they are of their people, of the same people. They are from the same people. And the Pharaoh is the one who divides them into groups. They are one people. The Pharaoh divides them into groups and just decides to poop on Muhammad's. I keep saying Muhammad's because he's just a stand-in for Muhammad, on Moses's group that he just arbitrarily separates them into and oppress them. So this would mean, according to him, that the Israelis, the Jews, and the Palestinians are the same people, but there is this power that divides them arbitrarily into two groups, and one oppresses the other and one kills the other. Now, the reason why there are things like checkpoints, etc., is because the Muslims keep stabbing and blowing people up. It's not because they're poor little innocent Muslims. Oh, all they want to do is pray. No, they keep murdering people. So there end up being safety precautions and checkpoints, etc. He's like, oh, how dare they mistreat them and not allow them to stab them and blow them up. They're just oppressing them like the Pharaoh did. I mean, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, he's saying that this goes all the way back. When he says millennia, it goes all the way back to the time of Pharaoh and Moses of the Quran.
Well, to be clear, what he's actually saying is that we have not seen such blatant disbelief since the time of Pharaoh.
Okay, where's the prophet?
The analogy, the fact that he picks Pharaoh, I think, is not unintentional.
No,
obviously, he's trying to tie Egypt, the narrative of the non-Exodus in the Quran. It's very confusing what Muhammad was trying to do there. But as Mary said, the Pharaoh seems to be like the same people as Moses, and like he's just a bad Muslim. The Pharaoh, I mean, is just a bad Muslim and is oppressing his people as a result. So the Pharaoh has to be overthrown or something, but it's not about like two different people groups in the Quran. In any case, technically he's saying that this is the worst disbelief we've seen since that time. Doesn't give any reason why. Just a rhetoric to spout hatred, I would say, but also doesn't make any sense in the Quran, right? There's nothing particularly evil about Pharaoh in the Quran. It's the same kind of narrative that's found throughout it. So I'm not quite sure what this is supposed to mean exactly, other than he thought it sounded cool.
As the saying goes, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed is king. I mean, I'd like to say, these people aren't even one-eyed. It's as if they're squinting with one eye, and even that one eye is like almost half blind. But because their followers are totally blind, so when they come with a smattering of Arabic words and some bizarre facts here and there, it makes them look, significant.
I think that's a perfect description of Dawah or Islamic preaching in general. Actually, many imams would even tell you as much, that they don't really know all that much, that you have to go to a scholar, even though they're the imam, right? They're the leader of the congregation. You have to go to a scholar if you want to get answers to your questions. They don't actually know that much themselves. But, you give a smattering of Arabic words and you sound really important, which is exactly how all the Dawah works. It's how, in my opinion, Islamic preaching works in general as well. And I just think that this is just a perfect cell phone. It's just a perfect cell phone. You throw in a few Arabic words, as he's doing in this sermon, and the congregation eats it up, no matter what you say, no matter how ridiculous and stupid it is.
You cannot equate the two. And so in this current conflict going on, I state unequivocally that yes, while I do not support Iran unconditionally in this conflict, without a doubt the aggressor is Israel. Without a doubt the dhulm that is happening from and because of Israel. And I will criticize Israel a million times before I criticize the other side for having done what exactly in the current conflict. Whatever.
That's a really, really telling statement there. You know, what exactly has Iran done in the current conflict? Maybe, again, he's admitted he doesn't know anything. Maybe he's actually so stupid as he doesn't know that Iran funds Hamas and Hezbollah, but probably not. Probably not. He probably is just thinking that they haven't done anything wrong, right? All they've done is wage offensive jihad. That's perfectly allowed in Islam. Meanwhile, Israel has aggressively opposed Iran and even sent missiles towards Iran. It's not the same at all, people. On one side, you got legitimate jihad, and on the other side, you got kuffars defending themselves. Like he said, Israel is 100, or maybe he said 1,000, I forget which, 100 or 1,000 times more justified, or I mean, less justified. Iran is 1,000 times more justified than Israel. Iran has done nothing. Nothing. That's his words. Nothing.
I don't think he's actually that stupid.
Yeah, I think he knows. I don't think that he is ignorant that Iran is directly involved. I think he's just saying that they haven't done anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Realize this is not a slip of the tongue. This is not just, he's sitting in front of an audience and he's speaking from his head, because I understand. I have made such mistakes. When you're sitting in front of an audience and you just say something, sometimes you say a word you don't mean or intend. No, these are his prepared notes.
And he is reading a prepared speech. I mean, he's probably outliving some, but he is reading prepared speech. Just want to make that absolutely clear here, especially when we get to the next little part.
Oh, and very quickly, I want to add something. Cargo Crew specifically cited someone who very much wanted to annex portions of biblical lands, and the individual that he referenced is Mir Kahane. I assume it's Kahane or Kahane. Anyway, it's a Cohen last name, right? Guess what he actually describes explicitly? He explicitly describes what I showed as what Israel might possibly want.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so he said that Israel should never start a war for territory, but if a war were launched against Israel, any biblical territory involved in that war should be annexed. He defended his borders as follows. The southern boundary goes up to Al-Arish, which takes all in northern Sinai, including Yamat, to the east. The frontier runs along the western part of the east bank of the Jordan River, hence part of what is now Jordan. Part of what is now Jordan. The land of Israel also includes part of Lebanon and certain parts of Syria, and part he thought went all the way to, and part of Iraq to the Euphrates River. But that is to reach the Euphrates. So it's basically the exact same thing that I showed you. Parts, not the whole of it. Not the whole
I mean, we acknowledge that
Yeah.
there is an actual greater Israel idea. It's not super popular, but it exists. Then you got
And-
the conspiracy theory, which is much broader. And then you got Yasir Qadhi, who's 10 times broader than the conspiracy theory even. Like, you can't just say, yeah, some people in Israel would like to expand the lands, and that somehow means that Qadhi's justified in saying that they want to take every Muslim land in the world.
And honestly, like, if I were Israel, yeah, that'd be what I'd do too. I'd be like, I won't attack to extend the land, but if you attack me, then I'm taking back what was historically part of mine. Fine, do it. I mean, like, just, that's not a ridiculous position, just frankly.
Mm-hmm. And Una says, I'm
Which
sorry.
is, by the way, which is separate from Iraq and Syria and their border war, which is specifically over territory because Iraq believes that it ought to control everything that ancient Babylon controlled, and Assyria thinks that it ought to control the largest extent that Assyria ever was. They have constant disputes and are waiting to actually have dispute-based wars because they each believe that they have an eternal claim over the other. That they will, given a moment of weakness, press to take that land.
And it says, I'm sorry for all of the Iranian Christian converts and non-Christians that are suffering as a result of the government fighting. As even Yasir Qadhi says, a large chunk of the Iranian population doesn't want war, or to the extent that they're okay with it, it's because they think it'll cause the regime to fall, and certainly don't support the offensive methodologies and whatnot. In many ways, Iran is a post-Islamic country. In many ways, the people would like to get rid of Islam. You know, not that they would outlaw it, but they'd like to get rid of it as part of the official government and go to a secular nation, return to their Persian culture, as they would say. And so that's a very important point, or a very legitimate point, that, you know, Iran, or the people of Iran, are not evil. They shouldn't, the country shouldn't be wiped off the face of the map or something. But that doesn't have anything to do with what Yasir Qadhi's arguing at all.
And Ali, I really was never Muslim. I know that's really hard to convince you of that. I was never Muslim.
All right. Let's continue on here.
And we have grievances. Let us agree to pause them for the time being. I'm not saying ignore. Once things settle down, once things are calm, once we have both eliminated the common enemy, then let us sit.
Once we're in the house of Islam, the house of peace, right? Then we can worry about dealing with the hypocrites. But right now, we're in the house of war. We got to deal with the kuffar first.
Down and dialogue heart to heart. Let us see what can be done. Let us see if we can solve our internal differences. But let us not forget, right now there is a common enemy. That common enemy doesn't care the label you put on yourself is Sufi, Salafi, Deobandi, Shi'i. No, they only care that label is Muslim. That's what they care about. If that label is Muslim, they don't want to see that label. They do not want to see any Islamic empire, any Islamic land flourish. So, for the love of God, and then for the love of your ummah, set aside your...
So what is the common enemy? The common enemy isn't Israel here, right? In context, he can legitimately argue he means Israel. But we're smart. We can read between the lines. What is the common enemy? The common enemy is anything that opposes Islam. Common enemy is anything that would look and say, oh, that guy's a Sunni and that guy's a Shia. Well, they're both Muslims to me and I'm against Islam. That is what he's talking about. What is that? That is the West. That is not Israel. I mean, sure, it could include Israel, but it's not Israel exclusively. He is talking about a much broader war than what he is explicitly saying. He believes this is a war for the continued existence of the Muslim people, because apparently the United States desperately wants to use the conflict in Israel to justify taking over all of the Middle East and maybe all of the other Muslim lands as well. Very, very interesting guy. Yeah.
It is a complete and total affront of my dignity as a scholar, as an academic, to even have to refute people of this nature, because honestly, there is nothing to refute. Just listen to them and you know that they are utter jahils.
Jads is ignorant people. So we're utterly ignorant, or, you know, he wants us to be anyway.
Petty sectarianism, I say at least for the time being. I'm not saying ignore forever. For the time being, understand this is not a conflict between two equally evil empires. This is a conflict on the...
Who would ever call Israel an empire? Just to illustrate my point. Who would ever call Israel an empire?
No one. Absolutely no one.
Who would call Iran an empire? No one either, right?
No,
I mean,
the Iranian Empire.
You can make some argument. You can definitely make some arguments about Iran because, you know, they have proxy organizations in other countries. But no one would ever say that about Israel. This is about the empire of the West versus the empire of Islam. That's what he's about.
One side you have flawed Muslims, yes, but there are Muslims nonetheless. And on the other side, you have blatant followers of Fir'aun. You have the worst of the worst, and the two shall never be equal. So, brothers and sisters, this.
Do you have any idea how insulting that would be to a Jewish person to say you're a follower of Pharaoh?
Yeah, exactly.
A blatant follower of Pharaoh, no less. Unbelievable.
This is my first point in this regard. The second reality of this entire current debacle is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has once again blessed us to see the blatant hypocrisy and the double standards of the Western world, and especially of Israel and the Israeli supporters.
Whoops, said the quiet part out loud there. The Western world and Israel.
Yep.
Whoops. Allah has blessed us to show the hypocrisy of our enemy, the West and Israel.
Used to say this for many decades. Everybody of intelligence knows this hypocrisy. But now, in these last few weeks and months, that hypocrisy has been laid bare to everybody who has eyes.
What is the development of the last few weeks and months?
I'm very confused about what the claim about hypocrisy.
Well, I don't know
what's he even talking about.
I think he means us us attacking Iran. I mean that's the only development of the last weeks.
And unless he meant it was
the United States started to posture that they're going to get involved and attack Iran.
Was it previously hidden that we were against Iran whenever Obama was funding the development of research there? I mean, basically, we took out Obama's nukes. Obama gave them the ability to develop nuclear weapons, and we just blew them up.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Obama also caused ISIS. He was a huge supporter of the Muslim Brotherhood, and he went to schools in which the Shahada was recited, and he never repudiated it. And when he went to a quote church unquote quote, that particular quote church unquote does not require that you believe in Jesus explicitly, and that was asked before he joined it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a black nationalist organization, basically.
Thanks, Obama, as Daniel says here.
Yep.
I don't really want to get into Obama and American politics and whatnot. I just want to highlight the ridiculousness of Yasir Qadhi here and what he's doing, right? By saying the recent weeks and months, Israel's position has not changed in the slightest in recent months.
No.
So I can only assume that he's saying that the U.S. openly saying that they would attack Iran if necessary. I think that's the only thing he could possibly be referring to there. And he causes double standards for some reason. I don't understand what he means. Just like you said, you don't understand what he means by hypocrisy, because Israel is a recognized ally of the United States. Iran is a recognized enemy of the United States. Where exactly is the double standards or the hypocrisy exactly of aiding our allies and opposing our enemies?
The hypocrisy was previously whenever we worked out that quote aid deal that actually, again, did not benefit the people of Iran, benefited the government to be able to develop nuclear weapons. That was what the good part. The hypocrisy is when we're like, when we say that you can't have nuclear weapons, we actually mean it. That is apparently hypocrisy now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I really don't understand. I'm seeing plenty of hypocrisy from him, like saying the Iranian people are against the actions of their government, therefore you need to support their government. But don't forget that this isn't about Shia, because it's the people don't support it. Meanwhile, you should oppose Israel because, at least according to him, I'm not sure how true it actually is, but at least according to him, majority of people in Israel support the actions of the government. Okay. Do the majority of people in America support the actions of the American government? Yeah, they do. Okay. Just thought I'd point that out.
And is willing to see. Anybody who's willing to look at the situation will see the blatant hypocrisy of this country known as Israel. If Israel has the right to
So he tied back in the hypocrisy. He's like, maybe I was a little too explicit there. By hypocrisy of the West and Israel, I mean just Israel. Yeah, I totally do.
preemptively attack a civilian population because they are potentially worried about an attack, then by their own logic,
oh my freaking gosh.
Utter gibberish.
I love that one.
Utter gibberish.
Gibberish. That's amazing. Gibberish. I don't know why
apparently, you know, Israel targeting military targets in Iran because of Iran's continual support for terrorism, attacking the Israeli people is in fact an unprovoked attack on civilians. That is what he said, right? It's an unprovoked attack on civilians. And now he's going to say, so what was wrong with October 7th then? By their logic, by their logic.
Israeli logic, by the logic of the very people who launched that attack. Our brothers and sisters in Gaza are infinitely more in positions of right, are morally obliged to attack people, not just for fear of attack, for those that are actually attacking them, for those that have actually harmed them. Why is one thing allowed for Israel and not allowed for the opponents of Israel? Where are we getting these double standards from? And also,
okay, so according to you, what the Israelis ought to do, because they're able to, is that they should go into Gaza and kill everyone. They should slaughter every single Palestinian. Because they shouldn't have double standards. So every single Muslim who shows up in Israel, they should just kill them all because they shouldn't have double standards.
Yeah.
And you are claiming that October 7th.
Hold on 1 second, Mary. Hold on, Mary. 1 second. I want to make something clear. He doesn't say October 7th. But what else would he possibly be talking about with the Gazan people attacking Israelis, right? They have every right to do this, he says. So the double standard, apparently, is that Muslims should be allowed to attack Israel because Israel's evil, and Israel should be allowed to attack Iran because Iran is Muslims. That's because we don't say that, yes, Palestinians should be allowed to attack people and Israel shouldn't. We have the double standard. We have the double standard for his nonsense. So he is talking about, without saying it, saying that the terrorist attacks of October 7th were fully justified by Israeli logic. All right, go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah, it's just insanity, because if Israel wanted to do what Palestine wants to do, there would not be a single living Palestinian child. They would all be dead. Is that what you're asking for, Yasir Qadhi? Is that what you're saying? That they should kill everyone they can because that's what Hamas did?
Yeah,
Hamas killed as many people as they practically could. Should Israel kill everyone they practically can?
Indiscriminately, I may add.
Yes.
Just random people they found on the street. Just indiscriminately killed, and sometimes took as hostage random people they found on the street.
Oh, and they also specifically targeted people who were participating in Muslim / Jewish rapprochement friendship activities. So some of them were targeted toward people who wanted to get along, basically.
Okay, fair enough. Some of them were targeted. Many of them are random. And they're all civilians, basically. I mean, they may have occasionally gotten someone who wasn't a civilian, but there was no effort to target military targets. Then, years later, after Iran has repeatedly funded terrorism, repeatedly got in, not just, continued to prop up Hamas, but also encouraged Hezbollah to get involved in Israel as well, who is way stronger and way more powerful than Hamas, I might add, because Israel sent a couple missiles into Iran. This somehow proves that they were trying to wipe out the civilian population of Iran. If they can send missiles into Iran, I guarantee they could slaughter all the unarmed, starving people of Gaza if they wanted to. I guarantee there would be almost zero loss of life from Israel, in fact, to accomplish that. And yet they don't. Where's the double standard here, Yasir Qadhi? The only double standard I see is you expecting there to be no consequences for Muslim aggression.
Is clearly demonstrating their nifaq, their blatant hypocrisy, or to use their own language, their sheer chutzpah of the pro-Israeli voices who complain hospitals are being bombed. They're complaining civilians are being destroyed. They're complaining buildings are going down. And for the record, I am against any innocent person being harmed. But how dare...
No, you're not.
Frankly, it is shocking that somebody of this nature actually has a PhD.
No, he's technically telling the truth, Mary, because in Islam, is any non-Muslim innocent?
No, that's what I mean. That's what I was about to say. To you, they're not innocent. To you, they should all be killed. So
he literally, right before this, he justified saying all Israelis deserve to die because, according to him again, polls show that the majority of the population supports the government action, and some moron posted some propaganda on TikTok. Those were his two reasons why everyone in Israel is guilty and deserves to die. He didn't say deserves to die, just to be crystal clear, but it was implied, right? It was implied that they are valid military targets that can be annihilated. Meanwhile, the Iranian people are innocent because they don't support their government, therefore you should support their government. The insanity of this logic is just like mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, the insanity of this logic.
I mean, my mind is blown by such utter ignorance.
All right.
The Israelis talk about one hospital being bombed. How dare the Israelis talk about one or two civilian buildings being damaged after 18 months of perpetual annihilation in Gaza with the explicit...
It would not take 18 months to perpetually annihilate Gaza, right? They could have slaughtered, they could have literally genocided and massacred, in the strongest possible sense, every person in Gaza by the end of the year if they wanted to. And yet here we are a year and a half later, and they have not done that. Yes, occasionally hospitals were destroyed in fighting, right? And Hamas was using hospitals as places to shield themselves because the international law would tell you not to attack a hospital. And of course, Israel, having a moral conscience, wouldn't attack a hospital. So they thought they were safe. These things, what are you supposed to do, right? If someone takes a human shield, as we discussed in a previous episode, if someone takes a human shield, what are you supposed to do? To say, I give up, you win? I mean, if you're going to use a hospital as a place of military operation, I would suggest it then becomes a legitimate target. What was the legitimacy of Iran throwing a missile at an Israeli hospital? And to be fair, Iran probably isn't. Well, I don't know. I would say there's at least a chance that they just indiscriminately launched a missile and didn't have a specific target in mind, that they're not sophisticated enough to target a specific hospital.
Officially, they are deliberately targeting all schools and hospitals. That is their...
Well, if they've said it, then, I mean, if they've said it, then it doesn't really matter if it's intentional or not. I mean, if that's if they want to target hospitals, Yasir Qadhi says, how dare you say that's an illegitimate target? That's what he said. How dare you say that's an illegitimate target? Because apparently, according to him, Israel did it. Even if Israel attacked hospitals, that doesn't make it a legitimate target. Use his logic against him. Use his logic against him. if terrorists from Palestine attacked Israeli citizens indiscriminately, then it's justified for Israel to attack Palestinians indiscriminately. His logic, right? His logic, the attack on a hospital or a school is justified because apparently Israel did that. I think that there's actually, things to consider. It's not blatant that something is wrong here. But even if it was something wrong, it wouldn't justify it. But in his mind, it does. In his mind, it does. How dare you? How dare you say it's wrong for Iran to attack hospitals?
Support of the majority of Israelis with the inhumane mocking that they do. Over 60,000 people at a minimum have lost their lives. Over 1 million people have been displaced, and Israelis have the chutzpah, they have the nifaq to dare say, how about us? Where are our lives here? Wallahi, O Muslims, understand this point. From that group, from that demographics, they do not view all humans as equal. They have dehumanized Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians.
I have not once said I support Israel in this entire episode.
Nope. And Scarface, you need to tell me.
He needs to answer this question, right? He says, you support Israeli terrorist regime. No. Well, one, I don't think the regime is terrorist. But two, I don't actually support the regime anyway. And three, that has nothing to do with my question to you. Do you support the terrorist Iranian regime, which is 100% a terrorist organization, terror supporting state sponsor of terror? And while you're at it, because you might be actually be willing to say you don't support them since they're evil Shias, do you support the terrorist Saudi Arabian regime? The two main sponsors of state terrorism in the world are Iran and Saudi Arabia. So do you support the terrorist regime of Saudi Arabia and the terrorist regime of Iran? And if you can't say you don't support, if you can't say no, I'm against both of them, then you have no business being here. Go ahead, Mary.
And then the next question is, from the last time you were here, I want you to condemn the killing of infants and children on October 7th. Because you have said that it's wrong to target children. I want you to explicitly condemn the deliberate killing of infants and children on October 7th.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Snoopy says Israel has a government, not a regime. That's fair. I was just using his terms. They have a democratically elected government. Not Qatar. I mean, Qatar's obviously a sponsor of state terrorism too, but I'm almost certain in terms of actual dollars, it's going to be Saudi Arabia and Iran 1 and 2.
The Saudi Arabia is not sponsored by the state. Qatar is sponsored by the state. Saudi Arabia is sponsored by the people. And Scarface is correct. It was the U.S. who gave money to found ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Yes, they did fund it. You are correct with that. And yeah, we absolutely did. Because Obama was a huge fan of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Scarface, we can be fair.
Yep.
Unlike you.
Yep. So now I want you to say that it was not right on October 7th. If it's not right for Palestinian children to die, it's not right on October 7th for children and infants to be targeted.
Mm-hmm. So Scarface, good. I'm glad you don't support Iran. I suspect it's because they're Shias, but regardless, do you support any form of terrorism? Do you support Palestinian terrorism? Do you support non-state funded terrorism? Mary, I shouldn't speak for Mary. I can tell you my opinion, right? I can tell you my opinion. I'm not a fan of the way things are going, the way Israel has handled every single thing they've done. I do believe that they have the right to self-governance and that the people of the country have a better idea of what's appropriate for them to do than I do. But I also don't agree with a large chunk of what the U.S. does. And I do have the right to say that, right? I do have the right to say that. Can you say the same thing, right? Can you say that you don't agree with Islamic terrorism.
To the point of the blood of Muslims is not even worth insects in their eyes. Hence, they can get rid of millions of Muslims.
Hey, let me just ask you something, Mary. Is the blood of Muslims not worth that of insects in your eyes?
I would absolutely not say that. That's why I'm here. Because Muslims need to leave their evil, disgusting religion that will send them to hell and be saved. Because they are saved by the blood who saves us all, and the only way to salvation, which is through Christ.
And if Israel believed that, because, you know, he's still nominally talking about the Israeli people, if Israel or the majority of the Israeli population believed that, would there be any people, any non-Jewish people in the territory controlled by Israel? So the West Bank, Gaza, etc. Would there be any?
No,
Muslim
there
people?
would not be, because the surrounding nations would have absolutely no power whatsoever to have any kind of say in what Israel does. Israel is basically surrounded by a desert that is unpopulated, except for to the north of Lebanon. And why would they care what their neighbors think? They can trade on the Mediterranean.
Yeah, and they do have they have their own military might, and then they have the backing of the evil West as well. So they could certainly have annihilated their enemies if they so chose. Now, what about the Quran? Right? What about the Quran? Would it view the blood of non-Muslims as being inferior to that of insects? I mean, at least arguably. At least arguably.
Yes. Well, no, literally, because they're the worst of creatures. Jews and Christians are worse than any other creation in the world.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify there.
Tens of thousands of Muslims, and they don't bat an eyelid. But it is one of their own. When what they do to others, when what they do to others is now being done to them, even a small fraction, all of a sudden.
And by the way, very quickly,
you can literally.
People don't really pay much attention to Muslims slaughtering Muslims and slaughtering other people, because it's what Muslims do. In terms of like, why don't they care about this happening? Because it's always happening.
Bigotry,
people
low
just think,
expectations, right?
I guess they're just these primitive people who don't know any better. I mean, that's a big part of the reason why Muslims are not held accountable for the rapes that they caused in Europe. Well, they're just too stupid from too backwards of places. Nobody ever told them that it's wrong.
Yep, bigotry of low expectations. There is bigotry against Muslims, but it's not what Muslims say, right? It's from the, political left, or the wokest idea, where, they're just such backward people, you can't expect them to be civilized human beings. Utter nonsense, right? Utter nonsense. They're human beings. They're adults. They are capable of rational thought. And if they want to act like barbarians, then they'll be treated like barbarians. You should have just given them a pass to act like barbarians because you think they're incapable of doing anything better. No, they are capable of better. That's the point. Cargo Crew says, what about Quranic verses which say you can deceive during wartime? Yeah, what about them? I'm not quite sure how it ties in to the conversation, but just to affirm, yes, of course, Muslims believe they can deceive non-Muslims that they are at war with, which is technically all non-Muslims. And I have not seen any statement from Scarface. Like, he was quick to say that he condemns Iran, or at least doesn't support them. I've not seen any follow-up statement other than, you are sick, you're sick.
Yep, he won't answer my question.
He won't answer the question for some reason.
Because he was giving me all kinds of crap last time for the fact that Palestinian children die when they are used as human shields. He blames that on Israel.
Oh, that was him.
Okay.
Nice.
So, well, he was supporting the other person who is, what's it called? So, okay, if it's incidentally, they're not targeting civilians. All right.
Oh, you mean like
then
when Israel attacks military targets?
well, no,
and
no.
all
I
that?
was asking specifically.
I know,
Is it wrong for
I know.
Palestinian children there? I was asking Palestinians. So he is actually being fair this time. All right, I will give him credit. He is.
Well,
being fair.
except that if we follow his
That-
logic, then he must condemn October 7th, which I doubt he's actually going to do.
Yep. And then I will finally ask the last follow-up question.
Mm-hmm. So what is the follow-up question he needs to answer next?
On October 7th, when children were deliberately targeted for kidnapping and murder, was that wrong and was it terrorism?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We'll see. I won't do the bigotry of low expectations, and I will say I expect him to give a thoughtful, rational answer, and we'll wait and see if that actually happens.
Quote the criticisms of Israelis against Iran and use it against Israel itself. You can literally take statements from their politicians and from their leaders and from their social media accounts and literally cut and paste and use it to criticize the very people who are using these statements. So once again, we see
no examples here. I mean, that could be true. If you take every statement made by every politician, I'm sure you can find some that could be turned against them. But what does that have to do with anything? Why is he not giving any examples? Because he doesn't have any. He didn't do any actual research. He is just
ultra crepidarian.
the double standards. We see this reality. And also, another point needs to be mentioned. Contrast the reaction of the Israelis to the recent bombings versus the onslaught, what is happening in Gaza for the last 2 years. According to the Times of Israel, the largest and the most reputable paper in Israel, almost 100,000 Israelis have fled the country in the year 2024. Almost 100,000 people have left. Back where? Back where they migrated from.
You disingenuous piece of garbage. He's saying because some people, they probably didn't permanently leave, by the way. They probably just have enough economic resources that they're able to spend extended time in our country. But even if they permanently left, he says, they're just going back to where they came from.
Are any of the Mizrahi Jews, the Mizrahi Jews who are anciently from other places in the Middle East, who moved to Israel so that they could have a place where they wouldn't be oppressed anymore, are they moving back to Iraq? Are they moving back to Yemen?
No.
Are they moving back?
No, they're not.
To Egypt, North Africa?
Yeah, there was more than a
Why
million
aren't
Jews
they moving
displaced.
back? Oh, because they can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a million Jews were displaced from other portions of North Africa and the Middle East to Israel when the state was founded. Why? Because they desperately wanted to go there? No, because all the Islamic countries kicked them out. They're like, this is very convenient. The West is, due to their guilt over World War II, is establishing a national state for Jews. We no longer have to deal with all these dhimmis in our midst. We can kick them out and make them go there. And then after they get there, oh, they don't belong there. This is not their land. We're going to deport them. I mean, Yasir Qadhi, right? He's saying they're going back to where they came from. I bet you the majority of the people who left, whether permanently or temporarily, in fact, were probably natively from Israel. Now, their family ancestry probably had touches in other parts of the world somewhere. But to say they don't belong there is basically what he's doing. He's saying they don't belong there. Did the Palestinian people belong there either? By and large. Of course, there are exceptions. There's, of course, exceptions that Jews that have long-standing heritage in the land as well. No, they were also displaced by and large because, as we just explained earlier, no one wants these people. All right, they're kind of, I'm going to verge on a racist comment here, but they're kind of seen the same way as gypsy people are seen in Europe. There's unwanted ethnic group that is forced from place to place because no one wants them there. I'm not saying it's right, but it is reality. They have no more legitimate claim to the land than anyone else does. but they're just being deported. It's all good. It's all good. I wonder if he thinks that it would be good if people who actually immigrated to the United States were deported back to the Muslim countries from which they came. I suspect he would not think that was a good thing.
And keep in mind that he would be one of those who would be sent back, because one of those people were born there. He needs to leave. He needs to get out. Get out, Yasir Qadhi. You don't belong here.
And so Scarface did say he tried to respond, but YouTube's blocking the comment. Sorry about that. Nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, you have
said,
to.
YouTube sucks. I agree. Hey, for once I agree with you, Scarface. YouTube comment system sucks.
But I know that you can get it through if you just avoid trigger words.
Yep.
It will come through. You can use talk around and other synonyms or something else that human beings can understand and their editing system can't.
Now he's going to contrast this, allegedly, with the Palestinian people.
100,000 in the last 2 weeks. We don't have statistics yet. In the last 2 weeks or the last 10 days when Iran has begun its bombing, tens of thousands of Israelis have flocked to the airport and fled back.
What a piece of garbage. We don't have numbers, but I'm going to tell you the numbers anyway. So he admits he doesn't know, and then he makes up a number to fit his narrative.
Video footage of long lines in Tel Aviv. They're all running back home. They're all going back to their lands of origin.
Back home, you piece of shit. And I did that. I think it's justified. You piece of shit. Their home is Israel, regardless of where they were born or where their ancestors were born.
So again,
is Israel.
By his logic, we need to kick him out, and everyone else who attends that place needs to be kicked out of the West because they view us as enemies. They need to go to their homes. Doesn't matter how many generations they've been here, they need to leave. And that would they have absolutely no historical claim on any land here at all for any reason. They don't belong here by any of their own logical ideas. They do not belong here and should not be here and should go home.
So Scarface is kind of verging on answering your question, but also says if we assume Hamas targeted civilians, then it's bad. Well, there's no assumption here. It's blatantly obvious.
Right? It's blatantly obvious that they did, and that was the plan all along. It was part of the written instructions. That's why they targeted women who were part of that whole Muslim Jewish understanding group. Like deliberately killed the Jews who were part of that.
So he is admitting there's a lot of civilian casualties. He's admitting that it would be bad if it was intentional, but he's not willing to admit it's intentional, basically, is his position. But okay, let me be generous. Let me be generous and say you're allowed to say, I don't know whether it's intentional or not. Then how you're right, any reasonable standard could you possibly say that Israel is
intentionally being terroristic. Yeah.
So, I'm being generous. I'm saying that I accept your standard, but you got to apply the same standard to the other side then.
Contrast this to our brothers and sisters in Gaza who are being told, we'll give you thousands of dollars if you leave. And they say, no, wallahi, we're going to go nowhere. Contrast this.
All right, so another conspiracy theory here. Another conspiracy theory that someone, I guess Israel, I don't know, is bribing Gazans with thousands of dollars to leave. I guarantee the vast majority of the people would leave for free if they could. That they would cross into Egypt. I mean, this is just the nature of being a refugee in war times, right? The vast majority of people are going to leave a situation like that unless they actively want to be involved in the fighting. But now he's telling us that people are bribing them, saying they'll give them thousands of dollars to leave, and they won't do it. Yeah, right, Yasir Qadhi. Where did you get this theory? Was this also from TikTok? Because I'd really like to know where you got these conspiracy theories into your head from. You're supposed to be an academic. You're supposed to do all this research, but instead you spend no time whatsoever doing anything. And then you come and say, I'm ignorant, but I'm going to speak on it anyway. It's not wise, but I'm going to do it.
And I spent literally just a few hours gathering what I could.
And the cock.
Yep. No problem, Mary. Mary will reconnect from the car in a second here, it sounds like. In the interim, we'll just continue on. Nicodemus releasing a short tomorrow featuring me and Mary. That should be a good one. I say this because Mary's in it, not because I'm in it.
To the iman of our brothers and sisters in Palestine. I have been to Palestine over half a dozen times.
Whoop. It was fine, and then all of a sudden we lost all the image. I thought it was fine because Mary left and it was still fine, and then just randomly a couple minutes later it went away. All right, well, it's back now. It's back now.
Every single time I go, I hear the same reality from my brothers and sisters over there. Palestinians living in Jerusalem, Palestinians living across the cities, they have told me they have a blank check from American Zionist organizations. One of the brothers I was with, he has a small house in Jerusalem. He showed me the house. He said, I have been offered over $10 million. $10 million for a 2-bedroom house in Jerusalem. And I will, wallahi, never take it. As long as I have blood in my veins, I will never take a penny for what is my property.
Now they're not just being offered thousands of dollars. They're being offered $2 million to sell their property. Of course, if he has a property in Jerusalem, this isn't someone in Gaza to begin with. So I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. I guess, I mean, there are Muslims, right? There are Muslims who are not in Gaza or the West Bank or Golan Heights. There are Muslims living among Jews in Jerusalem. So I guess it's possible that someone was offered $2 million for their property because they had a desirable property, but it has nothing to do with trying to get Muslims out of Israel or some conspiracy theory nonsense, even if it happened, which I almost certainly didn't happen for sure. I mean, to be clear, it's possible that his property is actually worth $2 million, right? It's possible that someone owns a property that's actually worth $2 million and they don't want to move. That could be the case. I'm not saying 100% it's a lie, but it has nothing to do with what Yasir Qadhi is talking about for sure.
Contrast this with Israelis. Who is the real spiritual owner of that land? Whose heart is attached to that land? On the one hand, 1 or 2 bombs fall and wallahi they run away in the tens of thousands back home. On the other hand, a massacre is taking place and they refuse to budge. Why? Because
1 or 2 bombs fall. But I mean, you already said 100,000 left before any bombs fell. Now, what is the population of Israel? Let me just check real quick, because I have a vague idea. 10 million is the population of Israel. So 100,000, even if accurate, and probably many of those people who quote unquote left weren't actually Israeli citizens, they were foreign nationals, whatever. That is 1%. So 1% of the population leaving, in the most generous possible interpretation, means that you have no legitimate claim on the land, according to Yasir Qadhi. Again, I guarantee if Egypt opened its border, as it could do if it so chose, probably 30-40% of the Gazan population would enter Egypt within a week. And long term, probably 80% of the population would. Based on, assuming that the conditions are really as horrible as people claim they are and whatnot. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying if the conditions are as horrible as people like Yasir Qadhi would claim, I guarantee that way more than 1% would leave Gaza if they were able to. The reason they're not able to isn't because of Israel. It's because of Egypt. And I don't blame Egypt. To be perfectly clear, I'm not saying that Egypt is horrific and evil or whatnot. I'm just saying that you can't say, if you can't blame Egypt, then you can't blame Israel either. So Scarface says, do you disagree? Why don't you just say, do you agree? Do you agree with UN and Amnesty International that Gaza is being genocide? So we actually covered this before while you were here, I'm pretty sure. So you know, as well as I do, assuming that you actually paid attention last time, that the definition of genocide is much broader than mass slaughter, that it includes displacement of people, for example. Thus, it is perfectly correct, but deceptive, because in the average person's mind, genocide means mass slaughter, to say that there is a genocide because the people are displaced at minimum. There's also a legitimate argument about whether they are being mistreated, that there's attempt to annihilate their culture, and so on and so forth, other markers of genocide. But at minimum, there's certainly displacement. As such, it fits the definition of genocide. However, if you mean something different, that they are indiscriminately killing people in Gaza, then no, I would not agree with that. So if you mean the common parlance definition of genocide, of intentionally killing people based on their ethnicity, then no, that is not occurring. If you mean the broader UN definition of displacement and cultural attempts to stifle or eliminate a culture, then yes, genocide is occurring.
It is their land. It is the land Allah gave to them. It is the land they have inherited for thousands of years. So we see here the blatant double standards and the lies. Whose land is it really? Well,
Why do you guys worship a state that persecutes Christians? What's the deal? I don't get it. I literally don't worship any state, and I explicitly said I don't support Israel. So I have no idea what you think you're talking about, but I don't worship any state. I would not even worship a Christian emperor state, okay, which there is none in the world. But even if there was one, I wouldn't worship it. I don't worship a state. I worship God. Thank you for your question. Hey, Mary. Welcome back.
Hello, hello.
I have a question for you. Why do you worship a state that persecutes Christians, Mary?
I don't worship any state. Nor do I think that Israel has any role as a state and the future biblical prophecy, anything at all whatsoever. That Israel as a political entity has zero relevance to my religion at all whatsoever, even a little bit.
So basically, you didn't hear my answer, and yet you gave a very similar answer, almost like Christians don't worship states. Okay. Just thought I'd check, Mary, because we got Ibrahim here with his demonstrating his own vast geopolitical knowledge, telling us that we do we do worship Israel, and it makes no sense that we do.
Ultra crepidarian.
And you didn't hear it, so let me fix that. So because I had to reconnect things since you dropped and whatnot. I got to submit that as a bug. It happens so often that I need to submit that as a bug on the software. But anyway, fixed. Everything's fixed. Let's continue with Yasir Qadhi's amazing knowledge.
When the reality is demonstrated, we see whose heart is attached and who runs away scared because of the difficulty.
Oh, just so you know, the part you missed, he's arguing that because according to his numbers, which I doubt, but according to his numbers, 1% of the population of Israel has fled Israel, that they are not legit. That's all Jewish people are not legitimate occupiers of the state. They have no heart in the region, and we lost Mary. So I won't finish repeating myself.
Situations taking place. And also another brutal reality needs to be pointed out. Just like in the battle of Khandaq, just like in the battle of Uhud, just like in so many other incidents, the incident of the slander of Aisha radiallahu anha, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, don't think what is happening is bad, it is good, because you will see things that you need to know. Allah says this in the Quran, لا تحسبوه شرا لكم. Reality is going to be manifested. So too in all of these situations. Yes, it is painful to see what is happening, but we also see the reality. We also see the truth, and people's true natures are revealed. Just like Israelis are scurrying and fleeing away from their quote-unquote lands back to their real lands. What is more
Wow. Wow. This guy is just insane. I mean, imagine if someone in America was saying that the people who've been here 2 generations, they need to go back to their lands. They don't belong in this land. They need to go back to their lands. They would be rightfully called a racist pig, right? And yet, here we have Yasir Qadhi openly saying these things about Israel. And he says, you know, it's actually good that people in Gaza are being slaughtered, in his opinion, not in reality, but in his opinion, being slaughtered, because it reveals that the Jewish people don't have a legitimate claim on Israel.
Okay, so Syria does not belong to the people who live in Syria because a lot of them left during Assad or ISIS. Instead, they're scurrying back to the lands they belong in. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, good example there. I'm sure a very large percentage of people in Syria left at some point during the long civil war. When ISIS invaded Iraq, a good portion of people in Iraq fled the region. And again, I don't blame anyone for fleeing in a dangerous situation. But to say that because someone flees, that means they have no legitimate claim on the land is just utterly ridiculous. And they're going back to their countries, right? They're going back to their countries.
We should
I
let
bet you some of the
Pakistan.
people,
We should let Pakistan know that the Afghanis that went into Pakistan, that Pakistan is their country. So Pakistan belongs to the Afghanis who went there.
Yep, to flee the Taliban and whatnot. Yep. According to Yasir Qadhi, that's true, because I'm sure many people who left Israel had no prior residence in any Western country or wherever they went. Probably their ancestors didn't even have any ancestry there, but it's their country.
And it's good to know. Well, it's also really good to know that he supports the slaughter of the Muslims in Myanmar, because the Rohingyas are fleeing back to where they belong, which is Bangladesh. So they should keep killing them all until they all go back to Bangladesh where they belong. So very clearly, this is Yasir Qadhi's position. He says that Myanmar is great to kill the Muslims because when they war against them and they run to Bangladesh, that proves that they belong in Bangladesh, and that's really where they came from.
Yeah, I mean, if they had a legitimate claim to the land in which they're living, then they wouldn't flee in the face of violence. Hussein says throwing out those battle names adds gravity to what he supposedly has to say, but it's a lot like whipped cream around a raisin. Yeah, like that clip I played earlier, you know, a smattering of Arabic words, or in this case, cities, names of battles, and you look like you're smart even though you're not saying anything.
Oh, but what's good is that he said that, you know, like the affair of Ifk, the Ifk of Aisha, where she was accused of adultery. That was needed so that we could have the revelation that will allow practically every Muslim man since then to get away with rape. So that's what we needed. We needed to have Aisha accused by 3 people so that Allah would reveal that she needs to be accused by 4 so that Muslim men can get away with rape from that point forward forever, because you'll never have 4 witnesses.
Scarface, I have been very nice and I've answered your question, so I'll answer this one as well, even though it's a very provocative and not neutrally phrased question at all. Do acknowledge Israel as a settler, colonial state built on stolen land of Palestinian? No, there is no such land as of Palestinian. So you can't steal something that doesn't exist.
Palestine was Syria, Palestine, and it was a state belonging to Rome. So if you want to restore Palestine, let us restore the Roman Empire, and then we will have properly restored Palestine to its former glory. I'm with you there. Bring back Palestine.
Yep. You know, the idea here is whoever controlled the land second most recently is legitimate, I guess, because of course there was a majority Christian with minority Jewish population in the entirety of the land before Muhammad's armies, either right at the time he died or shortly thereafter, depending on how you want to construct the timeline, took the land. So obviously those people that were there second most recently, they don't count. Only the people who were there most recently count. Well, actually, that's not actually true, because then in the Crusades, the Christians retake Jerusalem.
But it was an overwhelmingly Christian land until like the 1700s.
Yeah, I know. I said majority Christian. Point being that you know, you can reconstruct the timeline a couple different ways, but either way, Christians were the majority of the population before it became majority Muslim, before it became majority Jew. So therefore, it belongs to the Christians, rightly speaking, I believe. Or if you want to go back farther, it was originally controlled by pagans. So I guess it's really the pagan land. Oh, and by the way, Mecca was controlled by pagans originally. So what are you doing in trying to control Mecca? Give Mecca back to the pagans. How dare you have your settler colonial empire taking over the pagan holy site of the Kaaba? Shame on you. Shame on you.
Not even the Quraysh. The Quraysh were conquerors. The Khuza'ah are the earliest people that we have any record of having controlled that area. And so it ought to belong to that tribe, and they ought to be pagan. They should stop being Muslim.
So you see, you just got to go back to the root. And of course, there were no Muslim people, and in fairness, no Christian people either in the pre-modern or the BC era. So I guess no Christian or Muslim should live anywhere by the logic of this guy. All right, let's continue.
Painful than this is to see Muslim countries, Muslim rulers who are unfortunately siding with Israel, aiding and abetting Israel against the bombing of a fellow Muslim land. Wallahu musta'an. We seek Allah's refuge. Wallahi, shame on anybody who sides with the butchers of babies and with genocide enablers against people who say the kalima and who pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To Allah we complain.
Well,
so
you know, you have zero.
Babies.
Yeah, butchers of babies. Yeah, that's totally describes Israel accurately. But even ignoring the ridiculousness of his description of Israel, he once again reveals that he has zero geopolitical knowledge. There is a reason why the Gulf states almost unanimously, with a tiny bit of public maneuvering to the contrary, support Israel. And it's because they actually like the presence of Israel in the region. One, it allowed them to kick all the Jews out of their own countries and get rid of them, and they didn't want them. Two, it provides a stabilizing force in the region. And three, they consider Iran to be a far greater enemy. Right? They consider Iran to be far more likely to attack them and try to annihilate them than Israel ever would. So the governments, the people who actually have political knowledge, actually support Israel, as he says, right? He says, shame on them. But they don't do so for no reason, right? They don't just do so because, oh, we hate Shia. No, that's not it at all, right? They do so out of their own self-interests. Odd that, you know, this evil state of Israel is to the benefit of all the Muslim countries in the Gulf other than Iran. And of course, Iran's not really in the Gulf, but you get my point.
And to him we show of our reality and weakness that, oh Allah, we have nothing to do with anybody who sides with tyranny and oppression against justice and against the people of Islam. And also one last point, dear Muslims.
Scarface, over 1 million Jews were displaced from Arab countries into Israel. So don't tell me it's white European settlers.
the majority of people were from Muslim lands. Aside from which, the only reason Europeans are white is because we got those genes from the Middle East.
Mm-hmm. Well, and besides that,
with the farmers.
And besides that, Mary, every person, well, there could be some converts, but there's not a lot of converts to Judaism. So nearly every Jewish person could, if they had records, trace their ancestry back to the land of Israel. There are some converts, right? But
well, I mean,
they were
diluted over.
Right, they were displaced in ancient times from the region.
Yeah, so their ancestry is diluted because they did marry often enough that there are injections of other ancestry.
Right. Fair enough.
Their identity, if you're saying that your identity.
But that would mean, right, so you, for sake of argument, let's just say 50%, right? So just for the illustration of a very easy example, you're 100% Israeli ancestry Jewish person, and you marry a white person with no Jewish background. Now your kids are 50% Israeli, right, and 50% European. The kids still have an ancestry in the region, right?
Yep.
You trace through both sides of your family, not just one.
Yep.
So they have legitimate ancestry in the region.
Now, hang on. What about North Africa? How much of North Africa has a legitimate Arab ancestry? Tiny percentage.
Yeah, not
tiny
a lot.
Percentage.
Not a lot.
Virtually every single person has a legitimate ancestry that traces back to the region of ancient Israel, who is a Jew of more than one generation. Virtually everyone. But if you go to Egypt, only a tiny percentage of them have any Arab ancestry whatsoever. It gets even less if you get to sub-Saharan. So anyone who identifies as Arab, they need to leave, apparently, because they're just stealing people's identity.
And as Allah says, I can guarantee Arabs from 600 AD have different DNA composition from modern Arab. Of course, there's plenty of intermixing of peoples, even in the Arab world. I mean, this idea of races is just nonsense to begin with. But if you want to talk about ethnic heritage, well, then that's mostly culture, right? So if you adopt the culture, regardless of what your DNA says, if you adopt the Jewish culture, then you have Jewish heritage, which the original land of Jewish heritage is what's modern day Israel plus a tiny bit more. So what is this argument exactly? Makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me. But if you want to make this argument, then fine, make this argument. We'll divide people. We'll do DNA tests. We'll determine what percentage of a person belongs in what part of the world. We'll chop them into little pieces and send their body parts around to where they belong, according to you. But if you don't want to do that, then I think that people should probably have the right to live where they want to live. You know, assuming they're willing to follow the laws of the land and so on and so forth. You know, don't move to somewhere and then try to say, oh, well, your laws suck. I'm not following your laws. I'm going to do my own thing. You don't have the right to do that. But I personally feel like people should have the right to determine where they want to live. That's just my opinion. I just told you my position. By the way, according to your position, all of the Arab people or North Africans or Sub-Saharan Africans or whatever living in the United Kingdom, all the Pakistanis and Asian subcontinent people, they should go back to their lands, right? They shouldn't be allowed to live in the United Kingdom anymore. It shouldn't be allowed to have that significant Muslim minority there, right? That's what you believe. And if I were to get up, and this is, to be clear, this is not my position, but if I were to get up and say that all of the people in the Americas that came from the Middle East should go back to the Middle East, and you know, people who immigrated from Europe in the last 2 generations or whatever we're calling, I guess since 1948, right? That's the cutoff, because that's when we determined where people belong. It's 1948. So anyone who immigrated to the United States after 1948, they need to go back to where they came from. We need to take all the descendants of African slaves and send them back to Africa, right? That's your plan. We should give all the Americas back to the Native American people, and the country should have, you know, I don't know, 5,000 people or 10,000. Well, there's more than that, but you get my point. You know, less than 1% of its current population. There's probably, I don't know, 5 million people of Native American descent or something.
Well, you have to kick out all the Inuits too, because the Inuits are newcomers, and you have to kick out the Algonquian related peoples too, because it's actually only the Amerindian folks who came before the Algonquians who are the original human beings to set foot.
They were just Russian colonizers, right? They crossed the strait and they came in here. Now, when there were no people, I guess that's okay. You can colonize the land when there's no people. But the second people to arrive, they are not allowed. They need to go back to where they came from.
Yep, Algonquians were the land-based people who were on the Beringian refugium, rather than the people who traveled by sea. So even they don't get to stay. You basically end up with practically no one in all of Canada.
Did you just say North Africans come from Jews? I did not say that. I don't know why you heard that. All right, let's continue with Yasir Qadhi.
One wonders how fragile people's memories are. One wonders
the irony of him saying that right after our discussion.
How shallow people's memories are. In our own country of America, we have been to war in the Middle East in the last 20 years 3 times. We have spent an astronomical, at least $7.5 trillion. We ourselves, our people, our country has lost tens of thousands of men. Around the world, we have caused the damage and the deaths of untold numbers of people. And for a while, we thought...
Now, hold on a second here.
Now all of a sudden, he's American.
Yeah.
So,
hold on a second
to America,
here.
now America.
In many cases, the United States came to the aid of Muslims and other people, but you know, Yasir Qadhi doesn't care about other people. So according to him, when Iraq, under Shia minority leadership, invaded Kuwait, we shouldn't have gotten involved, right?
Well, I agree with that.
Well, what my position is irrelevant. I'm talking about Yasir Qadhi's position. He said the United States is just a terrorist regime because they won't launch all these wars. And I actually am not a fan of most of the wars we've launched. Like I said, I have a lot of disagreements with the way our government's run. But that's not the point. The point is he's not consistent.
If Iraq had taken over Kuwait, then Saudi Arabia would have gone to war with Iraq, and 9/11 probably never would have happened.
Yep.
What's wrong with that? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. We should have forever wars between Muslim countries killing each other instead of other people. And if they're distracted killing each other, they won't be able to launch terrorists. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we're just according to Yasir Qadhi, we're just wasting all this money coming to. I mean, obviously, people can argue about the legitimacy of every single thing the United States has done to varying degrees in different cases. But at least from our point of view, everything we've done was to increase peace, to increase humanitarian outcomes, increase democracy and secular ideas and whatnot.
So we need to get rid of
that was some very, very good thoughts from Mary there. And to be clear, I should have said the U.S. government. I shouldn't have said we. The policies of the U.S. government, as Yasir Qadhi points out, the people of the country are not responsible. Well, they are responsible to a degree, but they're not like personally responsible for the actions of their government. So when I said from our perspective, I didn't mean my perspective. I meant the perspective of the US government. From the perspective of the US government, and again, we can argue perfectly fine. There's legitimate political arguments to be made. But from the perspective of the US government, we intended our actions, our foreign interventions, to be for good, right? Not for our own benefit, not for the capture of oil resources or some other nonsense, but we intended it to be for the benefit of humankind. And yes, of course, we also would expect it to be in our own interests. But to argue that it's like some sort of evil colonial empire or something is just utterly ridiculous. Mary is back. I don't know how much we missed, but
I heard everything that you said. But yeah, my point is that it was New World Order nonsense where all we need to do is give them democracy and everything will be peaceful and beautiful forever, because I don't know, maybe we were ruled by people who smoked pot in the 60s. I don't know. But that was the idea. The idea is that dictator bad, democracy good. Let's help these poor people who just want democracy. That was a huge part of it. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Taliban was
I actually agree.
Yeah.
I actually agree completely with Mary that the U.S. government actions are motivated by naive stupidity and whatnot.
Yeah.
But that's.
but Taliban
I also agree with
was
Snoopy
retaliatory,
here that
right? It was
war is
retaliatory.
evil and should be avoided. But I'm going to add when possible, because it's not always a realistic
It's not always possible.
possibility.
Yes, Taliban was retaliatory, but there was also, again, the same hippie pot nonsense. If we just give the people what they want, they'll choose democracy and peace. Surely they don't want to abuse their daughters and sell them into sexual slavery forever. No, that's exactly what they want.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They have what they want. And people are just denial about that. But it's naivete. It's not, we are empires that democracy. Based on what I don't know, but in our crackhead minds.
No. So I think
insane Westerners.
I think that the most fundamental, if you like, American values are supposed to be something like freedom, liberty, free choice of people, and democracy. And we think that democracy means liberty, and it doesn't, right? Whatever you want to argue about whether democracy is good, bad, whatever, it has nothing to do with whether or not it's a free country, or at least very minimally related. You don't just overthrow a dictator and suddenly you get liberal values everywhere. And I mean this in like the nicest sense of liberal values. I don't mean like, highly politicized, the classic term of liberal here, personal liberty, in other words. You don't get that automatically just because you overthrow a dictator. There's a reason that dictator is able to be in power, and it's not just because they have all the guns, right? There are aspects that are able to maintain the dictatorship, whether it's intentional suppression of minorities to appease the majority, I might add, right? Democracy certainly doesn't guarantee minority rights. That has nothing to do with democracy. The majority can easily vote themselves all the rights and the minority none. So democracy has nothing to do with that idea. But we have this idea that you just put a democracy in place and suddenly that is going to get you personal freedom. And it's just not true at all. Just not true at all. All right. Hopefully we're showing we're not ultra-crepidarians here and actually have some idea what we're talking about, even though we're not experts. We're not academic geopoliticists politicians.
Well, then would have to be a lot dumber because you can't possibly be a geopolitical analyst without completely insane ideas, which explain a great deal of today's world.
Yeah. So anyway, point being, hopefully this analysis is useful in showing how utterly stupid Yasir Qadhi is. Like, he's not even being consistent. Now he's saying America, America.
By the way, I don't think that the horrible things should happen, that it's good for horrible things to happen to people, including Iraq and Saudi Arabia. But I understand that you have to change people's hearts before you change outcomes. You have to change minds, hearts, beliefs before outcomes. There's not like this universal belief in whatever, and then you just, and everybody would be just like me and share all my values and all my opinions if only I let them vote. Like, that's ridiculous. You have to change hearts and minds first.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Enough on our political thoughts. Let's get Yasir Qadhi.
Okay, people in America have learned their lesson. They're not going to go again. But subhanAllah, here we are again. Deja vu all over again. The drums of war all over again. The same stereotypes all over again. The same fear-mongering all over again. Have we not learned from 25 years of failures? Our country is...
Wait a second. Where's all this fear-mongering? I mean, I'm sure that there are people who want to attack Iran that are fear-mongering to some extent. But we've had a year and a half of fear-mongering about the genocide and how evil Israel is and whatnot. I think that if the United States was going and dismantling the current government of Israel, Yasir Qadhi would be #1 fan cheering it on. So it's not he's being disingenuous. He's not against U.S. intervention. He's against targeting Muslims, right? As he said, there's only one label in their mind. It's Muslims. They only ever kill Muslims. But let us not forget that most of the U.S. military intervention in the last 40 years was outside of the Middle East, often outside of any kind of Islamic country. But, you know, we're just trying to kill Muslims because we hate Muslims. And the big, strong Muslims kicked us out 3 times from the Middle East. But surely you're not stupid enough to do it again, except they are stupid enough to do it again.
Which is so stupid. Like, imagine, put yourself in his mind. The West just wants to control the oil, and they have such overwhelming power that 1,000 people in the Middle East die. Actual combatants die to every American combatant who dies. And yet somehow they're magically thrown out over and over again. Like, in what part of your brain does this make any sense whatsoever? That you believe that the goal is to dominate or conquer Islamic lands. No, it's to bring democracy, which is completely ridiculous. Like, if that's your end goal, why? Why bother?
Yeah, you know, the United States, they put up the puppet interim head of Iraq that was supporting U.S. values, and what happened the second they had a real election? He got voted out, and they put in hardliner fundamentalists.
And they're semi-friendly to us currently, and I've not been keeping up with Iraqi politics. So they are actually sucking up to us very slightly for political benefits.
Well, because Iran's their #1 enemy, so.
Yeah, and I think that that's really it, even though they're both Shia. So it goes even deeper than Shia and Sunni.
In shambles, our economic policies are crumbling, our healthcare, our education system. We are already on the bottom of the list in terms of education. America's in the bottom percentile of 100 nations. And yet here we are.
Oh, why don't we pause
that? Is utter nonsense. That is such bullshit.
All, that's untrue. And second of all, why don't we parse this demographically, honey? What demographics do so incredibly poorly? Is it immigrants from the global south who do so incredibly poorly? Why, yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
I just want to point that out.
There's reasons, right? There's a language barrier and whatnot, and we can.
That's not the main reason.
I'm just trying to take a neutral position here, and I'm just trying to take a neutral position because I don't want to get into immigration debate. But the U.S. He's just flat out lying. The U.S. is not like terrible at education. The bottom 1% in the world, he says, the U.S. is in education.
Well, we should be like Finland.
Ridiculous
we should be
lie.
like Finland.
There's a reason why students come from all over the world to attend American universities, and it's not because we're in the bottom 1%. What a freaking bullshit load of crap.
So what other countries do, for those who don't know, is that they only test the equivalent of their AP students. They do not test their regular students. And in the international comparison tests, they track students heavily, and they only test the top students, and then they submit those as if they are the universal whatevers.
Indeed. But I think what he's really saying is, I hate America. America sucks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Drumming up support for yet another invasion. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Where did our memory go? But on the flip side, for the first time, we now see major pushback. We would have liked this 20 years ago, but better late than never.
Oh, what nonsense. There was major pushback. Does he not remember how Bush's presidency ended?
Yep.
Bush left office basically in disgrace because the people turned on the Iraqi war. There was major public pushback against it. And he's acting like, oh, this is the first time in history that people have opposed the U.S.'s foreign wars. No, every single foreign war, with probably the exception of the first Gulf War, is opposed by a large percentage of the population.
Yep. And the reason the first Gulf War wasn't opposed is because of the false testimony of a relative of the ambassador from Kuwait claiming that babies were thrown out of incubators on the floor, which was a complete lie.
Yeah, I mean, there was huge
the stories
support,
of human atrocities.
I mean, it was
fiction.
Yeah, I mean, it was part that, but also part just like big, powerful Iraq taking advantage of tiny little Kuwait.
Right. Well, it
David
was
versus Goliath.
fictional.
We got to come to the rescue
brutal,
of the victims here, right?
Yeah, we're coming to the rescue of this poor little country that's being terribly brutalized by this big, mean country.
And I want to take on this comment here. Indian Bone says in Somalia the average IQ is 69. There's a good chance that's just totally made up. It could be based on some tests that they did, but it's not going to be remotely accurate. The cognitive
no, it will be
ability,
accurate. I'm letting you know.
And potential, though, an actual potential. So it will, like I'm saying, you could get that number on tests. I'm not saying that part is untrue, but the implication that people in Somalia are just inherently stupid. I mean, if you had a 70 IQ, right, that is like barely able to feed yourself level of cognitive function.
That's not what it's measuring. It's measuring general intelligence, which is problem solving ability and abstract thinking.
But I'm saying the only people that would score that low in a Western nation would be people who are severely mentally handicapped.
And I'm saying that there are entire nations where, because of culture, their abstract problem-solving ability is that poor on those sorts of strategies.
That's fine.
It's true.
You said culture. You said culture, which is what I was getting at. It
Yep.
is not, as Indiana Bones here implies, genetic. There is not a genetic deficiency in the people of Somalia.
Yeah,
I will
probably
not stand for you saying that. That is racist nonsense. Okay.
Well, I mean, inbreeding probably does 6 to 10 points of damage, but beyond that, it's culture.
Yeah, I will agree with the cultural thing, but I will not agree with innate ability. You don't see Mary on screen because she's in her car. The logo dropped off, but I didn't see any need to refresh it because it just has an M anyway.
Yeah,
For the first time.
I was just saying I'm in Walmart in a second.
Yeah, all right. Continuing on here.
Within their own ranks, as Allah says in the Quran, تَحْسَبُهُمْ جَمِيعًا وَقُلُوبُهُمْ شَتَّى. You think they are one, but in reality their hearts are divided. Within their own MAGA ranks, within their own Republican ranks, more and more senior figures are coming out and pushing back and calling out this reality that all of us knew since we were children, all of us knew for the last 50, 60 years, but we never heard it on a mainstream show.
Nonsense. Utter nonsense.
Hear what? We
Opposition to American wars.
Yeah, but there's always been opposition to American
I
wars.
know, there's always
constantly.
been opposition.
But the idea is that, again, we want to conquer these places, but we can't. No, never happened. There's never been an opposition like the people who are opposed to it always go, oh, you just want to conquer, because that's a nice thing to say, rather than it's pointless to try to bring democracy to people who are culturally incapable of democracy at this time. And if they get it, they will be incredibly destructive, and they will bring in a regime the likes of which will make them, the average person, crave the day they were oppressed by a dictator. Like, that's ugly to say. So it's nicer to say, oh, what's really happening is they just want to conquer these cities, these countries for no reason. But there's always been people saying that, even though it's ridiculous and true.
Oh, I remember when I was a kid, people were saying this. And that's a long time ago, people. That's a long time ago. My entire life, people have been saying this. It's not like something that developed in the last 2 years because of the unbelievable evil of Israel or whatever.
We never heard it from a respected journalist or politician. For the first time, we are hearing these realities. We are hearing straight from the horse's mouth the reality that we knew for so many decades. And that is that this lobbying money that is coming from AIPAC, the pro-Israeli lobbies, are in fact influencing, dare I say, controlling segments of our own politicians.
And here we go into the conspiracy theories again. Jews control the world. People.
So hang on, we helped out Kuwait because the Jews wanted us to do that?
Apparently.
What?
Yep.
I just want everybody to think about from that for a second. The Jews were very concerned with the sovereignty of Kuwait. According to Yasir Qadhi, who is the most expert. He won't go out of his own lane, right? He's in his lane here, and he's going to tell us how it is. That's what the Jewish state wanted, and they also want us to take down the Taliban after the Taliban attacked us, because that's what they wanted.
Yep, so he's now resorting to the most classic, probably, of all conspiracy theories. Jews control the world. They're secretly in charge of everything. You see, this is his vast political knowledge that he's gained from reading the Quran. Well, he might actually have gained that from reading the
Why did we take out Libya, according to him? Omar Gaddafi, why did he need to go? Why did the Jews want Omar Gaddafi to go, for heaven's sake? Were they just jealous? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know.
I mean, it's incredibly stupid that we did, but it's because Obama supported the Muslim Brotherhood. Again, supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. Is that like a Jewish position now? That's insane.
Yeah, by very nature, these kinds of idiotic, secret society controlling the world conspiracy theories don't make any sense. But you got Yasir Qadhi espousing it, right? The Jews, they give so much money to the politicians that they basically run the U.S. government, and they're the ones doing all this. But for the first time ever, people are standing up to the Jews, those evil Jews.
Apparently they were against Assad.
What can you say to this?
Yeah, apparently Israel was against Assad and pro-Muslim Brotherhood. You've heard it from Yasir Qadhi.
I really feel demeaned to have to even respond.
Yeah, I have to agree with Yasir Qadhi. It's ridiculous to have to respond to this level of nonsense from a respected, moderate academic Muslim like Yasir Qadhi.
And we thank Allah. This isn't some crazed conspiracy theory. This isn't some radical.
He even admits that it's a crazy conspiracy theory by saying it's not one, right? He knows that's what anyone else will say, or well, I'm sure most of the Muslims will actually just flat out agree, but that's what people outside of his circle will almost universally say. This is a crazed conspiracy theory.
Imam in Texas preaching to his flock, straight from the horse's mouth, our own senator of Texas, straight from the horse's mouth. When he is questioned, point blank, he says, the only reason I came to the Senate, the main purpose of my coming here was to support the country of Israel. We don't need.
And so I don't know which of the two senators of Texas he's referring to. I don't know if they actually said those words, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say they said those words. Would that mean they are paid by Israel and it's part of a secret government conspiracy? Because Yasir Qadhi says yes. That anyone who supports Israel must be part of a secret government conspiracy, Jews rule the world and whatnot.
That's insane. It's just insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are literally like blind mice grabbing at whatever they can, trying to concoct a completely bizarre narrative and then preaching some garbled rubbish to their choir, who obviously have no clue, as to right and wrong.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
To talk about conspiracy theories. Our own senator has betrayed this reality straight from his mouth. He's not there to protect my interest and yours. We are Texans. This is our state. We're the ones who are supposed to send him to office.
No, it's not. He needs to go home. According to his own logic, this is not his state. He doesn't belong here. He needs to leave because he's a recent immigrant, so he needs to get out. That's what he's claiming. So, gotta hold you to your own standards.
All right, so people are telling me it's Cruz, which obviously is one of the two senators. But regardless, Cruz is democratically elected, right? Well, I mean, both the senators are. So if the majority of the people of Texas disagree with him, then he should just accept that, right? That's how things work here in America. But of course, Qadhi should go back to where he came from. Cruz, his family should go back to wherever they came from. No one should be in any land that their family ever immigrated to, according to Yasir Qadhi. And according to our friend in the chat as well, Scarface.
Our interests, and he publicly says, my first and my primary support is a foreign nation far, far away. Why? Because we all know $1.7 million have been given to his pocket by AIPAC. So alhamdulillah, this reality is now public for all of us to hear and to see. And how dare these people criticize Islamic fundamentalism, criticize Islamic theology, criticize Islamic regimes, when he himself says the reason I'm a supporter of this country is because of what I was taught in Sunday school and what the Old Testament says. How dare you?
I think I found the source of this supposed quote that he puts Israel number one. It makes sense, and it shows the utter stupidity of Qadhi, or whoever gave him the meme. So Cruz was asked, why does he support Israel? And he said, where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. So they're interpreting that as meaning Israel is his number one.
Number one. Oh, goodness. So because he said number one in the list of orders, which is just wrong, by the way. He has terrible biblical literacy, but that's fine. And this is not anything like a universal view. It is quite antithetical to historical Christianity. It's only some wacky dispensationalists that think that, and not all dispensationalists are wacky, but wacky dispensationalists think that the current state has anything to do with anything at all. Or, and even them, a very small minority, believe that, oh, the blessings apply to unbelieving Jews who have rejected their Messiah.
So Kane here says Ted Cruz is in Texas, which used to be part of Mexico, so he doesn't need to go anywhere.
But Texas got its independence, so it ought to be independent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the second most recent, the first most recent state of Texas is an independent nation. We can't go back to the second most recent of being part of Mexico. We got to go back to the first most independent, which is an independent state. So Texas should be its own country, according to these guys. Modern liberal Christian gobbledygook. Okay. Oh, I think he's talking about Cruz's theology. And that's quite possibly true. And to be clear, Cruz is absolutely a big supporter of Israel. But I don't think he said it was his number one priority. I think that part was probably misinterpreted from the exact quote I said.
You make fun of other fundamentalist fanaticisms when you have betrayed a level of foolish fundamentalism that even a high school teenager can refute. The Old Testament was written 3,000 years ago. And you're going to quote me a verse that will defend the justification of a country that is 10 years younger than my own father. That.
Okay. So according to Qadhi, you can't use, it looks like Cruz cited a verse in Genesis. You can't cite Genesis as justification for the existence of Israel. Mind you that justification is that God promised the land to Israel, but you can't use it because it was written 3,000 years ago. Okay. The Quran was written 1,400 years ago, and it actually does say the land belongs to the Jews, incidentally. But I guess we can't use that either, because it's more than 1948. It was written long before 1948. I think we have to go to a document written after 1948 to justify the existence of a state from 1948.
What's really funny is that if you talk about the biblical narrative, it has, if it was understood historically to have been fulfilled, those promises were fulfilled. Then the curses came into effect when Israel apostatized, and Jesus came and fulfilled, it was the inheritor, and there is no
to be
state as such,
absolutely
right?
clear.
But in the Quran, there is no end time. There is no if you do this, then this. There is none of that if then that you will be carried away. None of that. It's just theirs. Period.
Yep.
So according to the Quran, it belongs to them now.
Yeah.
Given
I
by
mean,
God,
the Quran says that the land of Israel belongs to the Jews, right? It's their land. Yes, Mary is in a supermarket. But I really don't understand what point he thinks he's making here, right? Because he says that he says 3,000 years old. He must think that's important. You can't use what the land was established as 3,000 years ago to justify what it is today. But by that same exact logic, then you can't use whatever caliph or whoever established that it belongs to Muslims as justification either. Like, I mean, you definitely can't use the Quran because it doesn't even say it. So what is the argument here exactly? I think the argument is whoever had it second most recently is legit. You don't look at anything else. So whoever had Saudi Arabia second most recently is the legitimate owner of it.
Because when the Muslims took over, they did not give it back to Jewish control, as it was said that it actually belonged to. Then now it's legitimate that they have it forever, kind of thing.
I guess.
But apparently, something like that.
Yeah. All right.
Country is barely 60, 70 years old, and you're going to use a biblical verse of 3,000 years ago to defend the government. Even Americans who don't know anything about theology are able to point out the sheer foolishness, the sheer stupidity, and the sheer fundamentalist fanaticism of such a person.
Well, Mary already pointed out the theological stupidity of this verse, but it's not what you think it is, Yasir Qadhi. You don't have any better theological justification. In fact, you have a much worse theological justification for Palestinian control of the land, whatever that's supposed to mean. But to be clear, I agree with what Mary was getting at there, that the biblical promises are for the nation of Israel are, I'm trying to think of the best word because I don't want to say something like too provocative, but they are, let's just say, transferred to Jesus. He is the proper fulfillment of the promises. Israel was established to demonstrate that human beings could not do this on their own, no matter how much, special status they have. And the nation of Israel, or the promises of Israel, become the promises of Christendom. They become the promises of not a earthly kingdom, right? Of all the things that God promised for Israel are taken, and they're applied to all believers, whether they're of a Jewish background or a Gentile background, through the work of Christ, because he is the true Israel. He is the true promise. And that is what actual Christian theology, I believe, should say about the situation. You can argue whether Jewish people should have their own land and whatnot, but it wouldn't be from theology. I don't think you should justify it from theology anyway. All right, let's get the genius here.
So alhamdulillah, all of these positives are coming out, and the tide is changing, brothers and sisters. But the bottom line, and this is what my message has always been to all of us, we as the people of conscience, the people of faith, we as American citizens, we have a role to play as well. And as I have said multiple times, firstly, we should not be...
All right, guys, if you're not American, you can tune out. But for all the Americans watching, this is our role. This is our role. We got to play this role.
Embarrassed at this role. If they are blatantly and boldly, publicly proclaiming that they want to shape our foreign policy based upon their interests, based upon their APAC donors, based upon foreign countries, based upon their biblical interpretations, well then, I have just as much right, as do you, all of us Americans, to stand up and attempt to shape our foreign policy in a better manner, in a more ethical manner, in a more humane manner.
I would disagree that it's ethical, but I would agree that you have every right as an American citizen, a legitimate American citizen that you are, Yasir Qadhi, to attempt to shape American policy however you want. But you also have the obligation to not oppose, I don't want to say, I'm trying to think of a better word than oppose, because obviously you're allowed to say you don't like the government, you disagree with it, etc. But you don't have the right to try to organize political overthrow through non-democratic means, or raise an army of Muslims to fight against the government or whatever. You have every right to try to shape public policy however you can legally through the rights of the country. But guess what? You're not going to get anywhere doing that. You're not going to get anywhere doing that. You guys are 1% or a little bit less of the American population, half of which I would say at least is nominal and don't actually really believe in Islam, certainly don't believe in this idea of Muslims should overthrow and conquest and do all that. By all means, you have every right to do that. But that doesn't make the people who are democratically elected legitimately not have the authority to do their policy, which is supporting Israel. You understand, Yaser? You understand what you're saying? I don't think you do.
Except he's saying that because, that person uses biblical principles, we can use Quranic principles and support
they can argue
jihad and the overthrow. That's basically what he's saying. He's coding it, but that's what he's saying, and that is why we should not have Muslims as citizens of civilized countries. It is not democratic countries shouldn't have Muslims in them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So let me put it much more succinctly than the way I put it the first time. I agree with the words he said, but the Muslims are not going to hear it the way he said it. They're going to hear, we have every right to do what the Quran allows us to do, which is violent jihad, right? That's the way they're going to hear it. That's the way he intends it to be heard. I agree with what he said, but not what he meant. Fair enough? All right.
As for me, I do not want to see another World War III. I do not want to see another war in the Middle East. I do not want to
Another World War III. When was the first one?
see a World War III. As for me, I do not want to spend another few $1 trillion in another useless battle overseas. As for me, I do not want to kill anybody innocently.
Now, hold on a second. Is it a useless battle overseas? What was, from your perspective, Yasir Qadhi, not from Mary's perspective, was it a useless waste of money to liberate Kuwait? Was it a useless waste of money to eliminate the terrorists who perpetrated 9/11? I mean, I think you're going to say at least one of those was not a useless waste of money. So it's only
he
a
doesn't
useless
have a
waste
problem with the terrorists. Come on, he just think Islam looks
yeah.
slightly bad. But
Well, the
my
one he's
question
going to
is
have a problem
Assad.
with, the one he's going to have a problem with, or not have a problem with, is Kuwait, because of course that helps Sunni Muslims, and he's fine with that.
But
Anyway.
and there's Assad too. So he was all for overthrowing Assad, which only happened with American support. I'm against overthrowing Assad. I'm against overthrowing Assad because I knew what would happen to the Christians. I knew what would happen to the ordinary people overwhelmingly. Yes, there were some that were mistreated by Assad, but there'll be so many more mistreated by this regime. Waffles, leave it. Oh, sorry.
I was waiting for you to either calm the dog down. No problem. I actually have the perfect response to that.
It's not in my nature to stoop to the level of every single barking dog. I just don't do that.
Yasir Qadhi is not going to answer Waffle's argument. He's just not going to do that. And to answer this question, yes, this is at Epic Mosque in Plano, Texas. And highlighted comment from Weird Stuff. Come on, Yaser. USA sent billions to Gaza in the last 20 years. Would you agree that we should stop that as well? And that's certainly true. We sent a substantial amount of foreign aid to Gaza and to other impoverished Muslim countries. I guess that's also a useless waste of money. No, I think probably only if it goes to an impoverished Christian country. Then it's a useless waste of money. But if it goes to an impoverished Muslim country, then it's all good.
So is he against all of the money that Qatar spends influencing American politics?
Mm-hmm.
Like the actual foreign country, not people who happen to be of the descent that people in Qatar are also of, but the actual foreign country massively influencing our politics. Does he have a problem with that? Buying up our universities?
I guess. I mean, let's be real here. That's exactly what Yasir Qadhi would actually want, is to buy up academia, influence subtly through policy, slowly and surely. He actually wouldn't want a violent uprising. He would want a jihad by intellectual submission, where he is king, right? Because he's the big intellectual figure of Islam, at least in his own mind. And thus, that would be his preferred way of doing things. You just get lots of brilliant speakers and amazing scholars like himself who have PhDs, and then they all convince you that Islam is the best thing ever.
Frankly, it is shocking that somebody of this nature actually has a PhD.
I do not have the Mojab clip of good boy. I actually don't, but we're all Yasir Qadhi clips today, in case you haven't noticed.
I don't want our service people or the innocent people over there to die. And so I will stand up and raise my voice. I will magnify these cracks within their own camps. I will demonstrate the shallowness, the stupidity of these politicians that are literally telling us why they're doing what they're doing. I will explain to my fellow citizens, these people don't represent you. They represent other people. And
by the way, Yasir Qadhi, so AP called him out on this, and Yasir Qadhi posted on his Twitter that his sermon had nothing to do with America.
He's just lying. He's just lying, flagrant lying, as if we don't have any ears. The entire second
He
half
said,
is only
I
about
gave
America.
it before the bomb was literally dropped by America, so it couldn't be about America. That's what he said. He said that he gave it before the bomb was literally dropped, so that couldn't be what he had in mind when he did the
I'm
sermon.
not sure how stupid he is or how stupid he thinks we are, but we're not as dumb as the people who listen to him every day. We don't buy these lies.
I mean,
not
he's
as good as
literally
liars he
talking
thinks he
about,
is.
you know, how Muslims can
Explicitly.
work within the American system to bring about change, or, you know, to jihad by other means.
If every one of us becomes involved, we are, alhamdulillah, 10 million strong in this country. If every one of us becomes actively involved, and we're
That is utter nonsense. There are not 10 million Muslims in the United States. It's in the vicinity of 3 to 4 million.
But even then, they have already corrupted institutions in certain cities. They do corrupt whatever they go into. They do destroy whatever they touch. They do ruin anything, any place that they become any substantial minority, and they destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is just fact.
And that's what he wants, right?
Dearborn is
says,
a cesspool. Because this is what they do, because they are tribalistic, because they are taught to be tribalistic, because their religion is tribalistic, because their religion tells them to do this. This isn't like an oopsie. This isn't like an immutable characteristic either.
mm-hmm.
It is a direct downstream effect of Islam.
Wedge your way into every crack you can find, right? Find ways to gain a foothold in these American institutions and use the influence to spread Islam. Legal, sure. Is it the right to do so? Sure. But understand that this is not about, well, you know, we want to persuade people that we're right and get democracy on our side, blah, blah, blah. No, this is about using any means you can to deceptively, dishonestly influence policy so that you convince the stupid dhimmi kafirs to do what you want them to do. Right?
We're preaching the truth. We have truth on our side. Morality is on our side. Dignity is on our side. Decency is on our side.
What does that mean if morality is on his side implicitly? That immorality,
whatever he does is right. Immorality is on the other side.
Whatever we do is immoral, right?
Anything they do is correct. Anything anybody else does is morally incorrect. So he's cool with the mass rape of girls in Europe. He's cool with the Muslims who went around stabbing people with needles for going to a dance music event.
Morality is on their side. The West is
morality
immoral.
is on their side.
Yeah, the West is just a bunch of immoral girls who go to parties and get drunk, and then the Muslim captors come in and they rape and kill them, and it's perfectly justified because they're just immoral, disgusting, subhuman creatures.
Yep.
That is what Yasir Qadhi is thinking. It's what he's very nearly saying, but not quite saying, right?
What the hell? I mean,
humanity is on our side.
And I want to say, if that's on their side, what is the Islamic world historically? What has it been when the Islamic world was incredibly rich with the gold and silver of the West, when they were propped up for generations by Westerners who liked their spices and their silks? What were they in all that time? Were they places of justice and decency? No, they were corrupt, immoral hellholes then too. They were just richer, corrupt, immoral hellholes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Yasir Qadhi, you might have the legal right to advocate for your views in America as long as they don't violate the law. But guess what? I also have the right to point out your ridiculousness. And no, you don't have the right to say in response that I am a disgraceful subhuman creature who needs to go to jail or be killed. You don't have the right to do that. That it's not within your right here in this country. Yes, you can advocate for Islam. Yes, you can try to show that the intellectual truth is on your side. but it ain't going to work, buddy. And you know it's not going to work, which is why you're dog whistling and telling your little crew to go and hide and subvertly try to overthrow the government slowly but surely by influencing the way people think, changing the educational system, being prime target number one, being what Saudi Arabia, probably your hero, probably what you think consider the best nation on the earth, has literally spent billions and billions of dollars doing in this country. Congratulations. Jihad is now financial. And yes, I will keep pointing this out. And Yasir Qadhi, you can't stop me. You try to file a false copyright claim against me, we're going to court, buddy. We're going to court. Because I don't care. I'm not afraid of you doxing me or whatever bullshit you think you can pull, like you did when you got people to take down the holes in the narrative following false copyright claims, which you went on publicly admitted you knew were false copyright claims. And you said, well, they're saying mean things about me. Why can't I abuse the system? Not gonna work, you fucking clown. Sorry, people. I am definitely losing my patience here.
Of course, most importantly, we have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on our side. If we all stand up and attempt to make a difference and continue to do so, the tide is changing. We see this. The winds are shifting. We see this. Now, every one of us should be a catalyst to expedite that change so that insha'Allah ta'ala we can prevent any type of calamity, any type of disaster, prevent yet another senseless invasion, and stand not just on the right side of history, but most importantly with a clear conscience in front of our peoples, in front of our societies, in front of our fellow citizens, and most importantly.
What would it take for a Muslim to stand with clear conscience, Mary, in front of other Muslims?
Oh, that they just don't know. They don't publicly declare their sins, so they can know that they're going around and doing untoward things to boys.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not a matter of public mockery bandied about it to their faces.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the version of clear conscience. It just means that they feel that they aren't being dissed in the colloquial term. So again, I want to be clear here. What Yasir Qadhi believes, first of all, the U.S. is not going to do a ground invasion of Iran, has no interest in it. I think 90% of what is happening right now is theater, so that the U.S. could go in and blow up what they wanted to blow up and then back off and just say, well, we will have no more of this because they won't have a ceasefire, and then just let Israel work to destabilize Iran and most likely engineer a regime change, which is legitimate. I mean, why shouldn't there be a regime change if because the people want it and because it actually would be a benefit for once? I think that this might be the only nominally Islamic country where a regime change would have a good outcome. Are you still there? Am I still here? That's the question. I'm not sure whether or not I should reload because I'm not on, or whether or not something happened to Mr. Thaddeus here. Let me double check YouTube and see whether or not I'm alone here. Oh, looks like I am alone. Okay, from what I can see here. All right. Well, I will just chat till he comes back. So I believe that Yasir Qadhi is living in an absolutely delusional world where there is some sort of possibility that
all right, I'm back.
the United States.
Sorry,
okay,
I should have explicitly said that I was leaving. I forgot that you couldn't see on screen. So.
I can't see.
Yeah.
And then
that's my bad. I
go
forgot.
silent. And you're saying I look down and it's just a T. I'm like, where'd he go? What happened? I didn't, because I can't read anything because I'm driving again.
Yeah, and I could hear you, but I couldn't communicate because
I'm like, oh no.
I had to run upstairs real quick. Anyway, I'm back.
Even if you had typed it, but yeah, I don't think that there is any situation in which American ground forces are going to be committed to Iran. I just really don't think that. I don't think that was ever a risk. And I think Yasir Qadhi is living in La La Land. Because, like, in what universe did Israel want to topple Assad and bring in ISIS? This was all Barack Hussein Obama's idea. Because he loved the Muslim Brotherhood and thought they were awesome and they were going to bring this revival in the Muslim Spring. It was going to be beautiful democracy everywhere.
Yep, and they did
That's
actually
not Israel's idea. Israel isn't that stupid.
They did actually succeed in overthrowing the Egyptian government and destroyed the economy of the country as a result.
And they nearly got the Coptic Christians killed, but thankfully there were decent Muslims who were much better than their prophet who helped stand up and protect them. Who, because a lot of people in Egypt are only nominally Muslim or are heavily influenced by colonialist ideas.
Mm-hmm. Jack says that you instituted a regime change, Mary, on me. But let's finish the video.
Nice. He abdicated without my permission.
Yeah, I abdicated the throne.
Lord who will ask us what we did. We have to do our best, try our best, and leave the rest to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. The reason I actually asked the question, and what you said was very good, right? That, having a clear conscience doesn't really mean being moral. But there is one thing that the Muslim must do, and that's participate in jihad in some fashion. And that's what Yasir Qadhi is alluding to here, saying that the Muslim, we need to do everything we can, advocate for Islam in every possible way, go as far as we can, wink, wink, nod, nod, I'm not saying anything. And then we leave the rest to Allah.
He is saying vote as a tribe and as a bloc, which again is poison to democracy. You can't bring in people who hate you and expect your country not to be damaged by it. I don't know why this concept is so difficult for people.
Yeah, I have a pretty liberal immigration policy as a person, but I think you would have to be pretty insane to say we should welcome people who hate us and want our country to be overthrown and dismantled. Call me crazy to say that people who don't want to be here probably shouldn't be allowed to come here. Just saying. Just saying.
Subhanahu wa ta'ala bless me and you with and through the Quran, and may He make us of those who His verses they understand and applies halal and haram throughout our lifespan. I ask Allah's forgiveness, you as well asking for His the Ghafoor and the Rahman.
All right. And there's just some like Islamic prayer nonsense for the rest of the video. that is the end of his actual speech there. And we will leave it as that as far as the video goes. Since I took the video off screen, let me refresh and get an image for Mary up here.
Do I get to be an M again?
Yep, you get to be an M again. Make Mary M again.
Yay.
And yep. All good there. So I have some super chats and whatnot to go through. But before we do that, your thoughts on what we witnessed today from Yasir Qadhi.
He has the dumbest geopolitical views outside of Jake Shields I think I've heard in a long time. They're just stupid. The idea of what America wants to accomplish, what Israel wanted to accomplish. I agree. America didn't get what they wanted, but it's because they want democracy, not because they wanted to have an empire. If they wanted empire, they could have it. No one's going to stop us.
Oh, yeah. There was a comment earlier, someone saying basically that they didn't think it would be that easy for America to conquer the world. And there was some legitimacy to that statement because they said, America would lose through attrition. So it would be very easy for America to conquer whatever lands they wanted. Obviously, maintaining long-term control is a little more difficult.
Oh, no,
But
it would not be terribly difficult, because what you do is you put in your institutions and you raise up your own group of
yeah, I mean, if
pro-you
you're going to be
native
brutal
folks.
about it, right?
And
If you're
well,
going to
no,
be
you don't even have
brutal,
to be brutal. All you have to do is give you you take over what's being taught in the schools,
yep.
and a few generations you own them.
So by brutal, I didn't mean violent. I meant if you're going to ruthless, maybe better word. Anyway, if you're willing to replace the institutions of the country, then yeah, absolutely, right? You can maintain control. Now what you couldn't do is be like, well, we took over and now we're going to allow people to vote, right?
Right.
That wouldn't work.
No.
Which is what we tried.
And just keep in mind that stuff is so bad in certain former colonial countries. Like, for example, in the Congo of all places, people are going, when will the French and Dutch come back? Please stop this. This is insanity. My grandparents told me stories of how it was, and it was so much better than this. So if you have folks who are wistful for the days of colonialism, and one of the places that did have one of the most brutal and horrific regimes, because what there is now is so much worse in terms of the living conditions that you could offer the average person, trivial to beat hardly any of these countries.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Will you win their hearts and minds because of that? No, not until you destroy Islam, but that won't take that long. It's held together through fear, power, indoctrination, everything else. You break that, and in a few generations, it's gone.
Oh, yeah. The United States could annihilate the military force of any country, including China, pretty easily.
China doesn't want to fight us. They've really
well,
don't.
I'm not saying we will or we want to or anything like that. I'm just saying objectively, the American military is so far superior to everything else that no one can put up any serious resistance against the United States. But, actually occupying the land and controlling it long term is definitely more involved than just annihilating their military. And any given country, I mean, obviously China is enormous, but for the purposes of this, any given country that's Muslim majority and has something the United States might want, oil or whatever, the United States could easily maintain it as a colonial state as long as they wanted to, with almost zero consequence as far as loss of American lives and whatnot. Now, there's obviously a political cost, and American people would be against it and whatnot. But from a purely technical standpoint, it would not be difficult for the United States to do. All right. Very good thoughts from there, Mary. My primary takeaway from all this is there is no such thing as a moderate intellectual academic Muslim, by which I mean you can certainly call yourself a Muslim and reject the teachings of Islam, but there is no way to reject the teachings of Islam and maintain anything but a appearance of being peace-loving and just as American as your neighbor or whatever, right? There's no way you can uphold the kind of liberal secularism that it predominates the West and be a Muslim, no matter how intellectual you may appear to be. Deep down inside, you believe the same thing. If you believe in Islam, you believe that Muslims inherently are superior to non-Muslims, and they have the right to, in reality, every land on earth. It's especially offensive to them in the case of Israel, because the number one enemy is Jews, even though that shouldn't be the number one enemy. In theory, it should be polytheists, but in reality, the number one enemy of Muslims is Jews. So that's problem number one. And problem number two, it is land they used to control. And problem number three, it is literally surrounded by Muslim lands. So given those three factors, Israel occupies the number one offense to them. But the reality is, if they were being honest with themselves, let alone others, they would say they have the right to conquer all of the world. There is no legitimate land for Jewish people or Christian people or Hindus or Buddhists or animists or whatever. Taoists, Sheiks, you get the point, right? There is no legitimate space for anyone who is not a Muslim anywhere in the world, except for as a dhimmi in the case of a Jew or Christian, who should be annihilated slowly over a period of time by making themselves so humiliated that they desperately want to escape their inferior status. That is true Islam. That is what Yasir Qadhi believes deep down. He can claim that he's not a radical. He can project that he's an intellectual. He can talk about how he loves to do research.
I consider myself to be an academic. I consider myself to be somebody who researches everything that I say.
But in the end, he just spouts whatever conspiracy theory nonsense that fits his worldview. As he said in the introduction, he knows nothing about this, but he knows the Quran, and that's all he actually needs to know.
And let me say that there are plenty of nominal moderate Muslims, but they don't actually have any faith.
Right, exactly. That's what I meant.
Real Muslims, they don't have confidence in what the Quran teaches. If you have confidence in the Quran and you believe what Muhammad says, when push comes to shove, it was the nice, kind, sweet neighbors who had always been respectful of the Syrian Christians when Assad was overthrown, who told them that they cannot take anything, they cannot carry anything out of the village. They can leave or they will be killed, and they cannot carry anything out of the village, and made them set down their babies. Those were the nice, kind, moderate neighbors, because push came to shove. And who they really were inside, underneath the veneer of decency, was stripped back. That they do believe that Jews and Christians are the worst of creatures and should be slaughtered mercilessly or made themmies. They do believe that. And you can't make peace with one who will not make peace with you. You cannot live in peace with Islam, because it will not live in peace with you. So why are we inviting sworn enemies who want our deaths definitionally into our country? I'm just baffled by this choice, that it's a meme not to allow in sworn enemies who want you to die.
Alexander said, can I ask her to expand on that? Which part specifically? I'll let Mary give whatever you want her to say. I just don't know which part you want to expand on because of the delay.
I'm not sure.
And whatnot. But here is my...
By nominal, I mean that there are people who don't actually believe in anything. They don't really pray.
Just like there's many
kind of do Ramadan
right?
stuff, like the people who are like, oh, I feel tingly when I go to services on Easter and Christmas. Like,
yeah. So if you mean by nominal, that's what you meant, or moderate, nominal. I mean, the way the common definition of religion works is you're whatever you claim to be. So someone can reject the teachings of jihad and be called a Muslim, fine. But what I meant is anyone who truly believes in the Quran and has studied it and knows what it says, they cannot be moderate. It's not an option. It's not a viable option to any person being intellectually honest who believes in the text. So here is my final thoughts for the day on Yasir Qadhi as a person.
You are not just a cretin of the highest magnitude. You have publicly humiliated yourself and disqualified yourself from ever speaking about the basics.
There we go. He really likes that electric blue outfit, doesn't he?
That video.
That's really blue.
That's just get this.
You are not just a cretin.
Oh, you know what? I was stupid. I forgot that they couldn't hear us when we were talking. But point being, see the clothes that he was wearing 5 years ago from that video. And then let's compare that again to what he was wearing on Friday. And I mean, this is trivial, but I think it's the same outfit.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he just really likes that shirt. So, I mean, it's not like he wears it every day. He just wears it whenever he wants to look super Islamic. But you know why it doesn't have visible buttons, all right? Because, you know, buttons are they're bad. Western. They're non-Islamic. As if Muhammad wore anything that looked particularly like that, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it didn't freeze. I just forgot that when I have the clip up, you can't hear what we're saying. So I was trying to talk over the clip, but you couldn't hear us. So that was user error, not technology error. Oh, Alexander said what he wanted you to expand on is about the people who had to leave their babies behind.
Wait, read that louder. Sorry.
So when you were talking about, I think you were talking about ISIS invasion.
Yeah, and that was during ISIS. One of the Syrian Christian villages, the Syrian neighborhoods, they killed all their babies. Any child who couldn't walk was left behind. They were forced out.
So to be clear, what you're saying is that the ISIS, but in participation with the moderate Muslim neighbors of these people, would not allow the people to take their babies with them when they forced them out of their homes.
Yes. First, these moderate neighbors forced them out of their homes and made them leave their babies behind to be killed.
Mm-hmm. All right. Just wanted to clarify.
The people who had been their neighbors for generations, who had watched their children, who had passed them in the streets, who had talked to them, that borrowed things back and forth, that helped one another. But then Islam stepped in and they chose the side of Satan.
All right. Songs of Relief with a super chat. Give me 1 second to play that for you. Because I did not implement it correctly, apparently, and I got to do it manually. Oh, great. I added it, and then it like automatically cleared. Yeah, I added it, and then when I hit play,
Dr. Whitemeat.
It was clear. Yeah.
Sir, Dr. Whitemeat.
Nice.
And you are correct. It is, in fact, Sir Dr. Whitemeat, who is the goat apologist. Thank you very much for that donation. I'll get that corrected so that next time I don't have to hit extra buttons and have people sitting around for a second while I get it to play. But we now have 2 animal apologists.
I was listening to David and AP react to that in bed.
The original?
Because I didn't catch it the day of, so I was listening to it as I was trying to go to sleep, and then that came on, and I just lost it. I had to leave the room so I didn't wake up my poor husband. I was nearly asleep. So Dr. Whitemeat came on, and I just like lost my mind.
Well, you know, it's a scientific thing, Mary. You would just want to understand.
Because that's how it works. Just like who thinks that white meat is a name? What a weird.
Yeah, but this is actually the pattern of Nike. If he actually doesn't know something, all right, he's faced with a question or whatever, he'll just make up a source. He'll just make up something off the top of his head and say, according to this, this thing, this verse, this chapter, whatever, it says this. And then all that, say, yay, Dr. Nike, you're so smart, you know everything. And the source doesn't exist. He literally just made something up. I mean, he's not making up the Bible verses, obviously, or the Quran verses, but a large percentage of the other stuff he quotes, he's literally just making up on the spot. All right. Comments from earlier on that was basically off topic, but I wanted to address it. My Christian group was having a meeting once when some Muslim asked to pray in our meeting area. I kindly refused them access and felt bad for some time. I don't feel bad anymore. I don't know why you should ever feel bad, honestly, because they can pray outside, they can pray in their home, they can pray in their car. Why would they have to come into your building and ask to pray there? That's clearly an act of dominance.
Yes, they are literally the equivalent of the nasty little 11-year-old on the Call of Duty server who teabags everyone. That is Islam right there.
I mean, as a Christian, I would say it would be insane for a Christian to walk into a mosque or synagogue and say, "Do you mind if I pray here?" No, you don't do that. That's just ridiculous.
But again, because they're treated like retarded toddlers, it's like, "Oh, baby, do you need a place to pray?" Not understanding that they are being every bit as rude and contemptuous as any Christian who would do something like that would be.
So Lambert, it annoys me more that Qadhi is saying to lay people they aren't allowed to think for themselves. This was said fairly early on, but that's certainly one of the issues, right? And that's part of the reason why I dislike Qadhi so vehemently, is because of his arrogant, I'm an academic, listen to me, don't think attitude. Anyone who is not an academic, they are beneath me. They're not worthy of my response. So that's part of it. And part of that is like an attitude that other academics might have. Certainly not all. I'm certainly not saying it's universal or super common or whatever, but attitude that other academics could have. But it's also the Islamic attitude, right? It's also just the Islamic attitude. Listen to the guy of knowledge, don't think for yourself. Well, listen to your imam or your sheikh, or at minimum your parents, don't think for yourself.
And he is right here, he is grooming them to vote en bloc, en masse, for whomever the epic tells them to vote for. Everyone must vote. And Plano is an extraordinarily wealthy town with very good schools. All the people who made it that way are going to leave very rapidly if this continues. There will be yellow flight, because they call it white flight, but Plano is heavily Chinese. Yellow flight like you won't believe if they corrupt the schools.
To be clear, that wasn't a racist comment. Mary loves the Chinese people.
My husband's Chinese. It was a joke. My husband is
I just wanted to be clear because you never know who's watching this.
Yeah, first generation immigrant who did not speak English, who had to repeat a grade because they didn't even offer ESL and they just kind of threw you in there. And so he spent 1 year learning English and then the next year learning the subject from before. And by the way, did perfectly fine academically, did extraordinarily academically.
Oh, by the way, I did have a clip that I wanted to play explaining how Yasir Qadhi came up with the topic for the day.
I swear by the creator who created me, wallahi wa billahi wa tallahi. I looked at the series of topics and I chose one at random completely.
And he showed the preparation of picking something at random anyway. 20 gifted memberships from Nissan Attic.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
You will definitely be reaping a lot because you said 20 reasoned answers memberships. I don't know how much more is, but it's got to be at least 20 memberships, right? Or at least 21. Don't know what much is because, you got much contradiction in the Quran and Muslims interpret that to mean
Well, remember,
any.
it's minimum of 2x.
Yes, from Islamic doctrine, minimum of 2x back. So you'll get at least 40 gifted memberships from other channels, I guess. Probably they'll all be subscriptions to Allah YouTube channel because he's the one giving them out, but you never know. You never know. From Weird Stuff, you should always side with Islam, even if Muslims massacre anyone, and always say Islam is peace. Didn't you know? I think that's how it goes. I mean, that's what Yasir Qadhi, he was like not even very veiledly saying is that, yeah, Iran is evil. Yeah, they do some bad things. Yeah, they participated in and genociding people in Syria. And yeah, their own country, own people hate them, but they're Muslims, so we got to support them. This is Islam for you. Marion says proxies of Iran are everywhere. Every jihadi is. Well, it's not every. There's plenty of jihadis that are supported by Sunni countries as well as private individuals paying for terrorism. So plenty of terrorism to go around. It's not Iran's exclusive property.
That is what zakat is for, after all. The purpose of zakat is to wage jihad, period. It's to make sure that your widows and orphans are cared for after you die in jihad. That's what zakat is for.
Weird Stuff says Yaser is talking against the West, but he lives in the West, and if anyone will tell him, sorry, cat walking. Well, if you don't like it here, you're free to go where you want to live. That's how's Iran sound to you? Yeah, I'm quite sure that if someone were to say to a immigrant from a Muslim country, go back to where you came from, Yaser would say that is racist, highly offensive, Islamophobia, but then he says that the Jews are going back to where they came from, and this is a good thing, that the Iranian bombs are chasing Jews out of their land, and Allah has blessed the world to see the fleeing Jews. The Jew rats are fleeing from the sinking ship because they're disgusting rats. Something like that. Maybe he didn't say it exactly that way, but something like that. But, you know, I mean, to Yasir Qadhi, or anyone, like literally anyone, I would tell you, you don't like this country, you think this country is so horrible, or you think the country you're living in is so horrible, whether that is a Western nation or an Asian nation or a Muslim nation or an African nation or a South American nation. If you don't like the country you're living in, try to find a way to move to a different country where you will like it better. I mean, it seems pretty common sense to me. I realize that not everyone has the means to do that, but it seems like a pretty reasonable advice to me. Super chat from Songs of Relief.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
I will say this is something worth emphasizing regularly. I don't think that Jesus will pay off your debts if you do it daily, but I do encourage you to pray with more and more fever every day. Lord Jesus, come back. Until he does, we're doing our stupid best. I don't necessarily pray for the second coming because obviously I want to maximize souls saved, but I also know I don't control when the second coming happens, and God will do it in his time, which I would assume is when the maximum number of souls have reached salvation. So I'm not too concerned about that, but definitely encourage fervent prayer on a daily basis. And a team dream of a very important message for us all. Success! Finally! I've been trying to tie a chotki knot all live stream. It works. I don't know what that is, but congratulations on tying your knot. Misha says that is venturing far beyond the sun with this stream. Have we reached the muddy pool where the sun sets into? I don't know. You tell me. And until this probably will be the last comment, we'll wrap up here in just a second. So I'll say, until we get a chance to speak again, just remember that you guys are all
ultra-crepidarian.
Thank you for clarifying, Allah. Allah the all-knowing.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm extremely amused that he knows ultra-crepidarian but can't pronounce gibberish correctly.
Yes,
gibberish. Gibberish, but ultra-crepidarian.
So I will say that he stumbles over it the first 2 to 3 times in the.
Yeah, because nobody says that out loud.
He's like ultra-crepidarian, I think.
I really think he looked that up, honestly.
So I was to prepare for this video, I was trying to find the original live stream of Yasir Qadhi, which obviously I did. I made all those clips from it. But I was like, okay, I'll search for ultra crepidarian. And that was good. It was like all just Yasir Qadhi and people making fun of Yasir Qadhi. Like no one else had ever said it in the history of YouTube. I mean, there was a few, but it was basically he's the only person ever to say it.
Yeah, I authentically believe that he looked through a thesaurus to get that one. I really do.
As far as gibberish goes,
utter gibberish.
You know, it will bother him so much that he pronounced that wrong. So I think we should make that a regular.
Utter gibberish.
Oh, don't worry. All these are added to the permanent soundboard. I mean, many of them I'll never have an opportunity to use again. But they've already been added. They're available for use at any time. And ones like that, I definitely can use all the time. I mean, some of them like talking about like how he loves academics so much and how he hates non-academics. Probably won't have another opportunity to use. But I got through a good chunk of them. There's one that I didn't play that I also really like.
Impossible.
Impossible! But for the most part, I played most of them that I'd clipped. Got a whole bunch of them on here, and they'll all be available later. I think that a lot of his descriptions of, so, you know, he's talking about mostly Jay. He barely talks about David at all in the video. He mostly talks about Jay Smith. But then, because then he just like dismisses David Wood with the brilliant argument. He says vulgar things, so he refutes himself. I don't need to respond to his arguments. So most of those comments are about Jay, but Christian missionaries in general, saying that we don't know anything, we're stupid, etc.
So Jay Smith, you know, it was his father who made up the lie about perfect preservation. So does his father know nothing? Yasir Qadhi's father is among the ignorant because he pushed a lie that massive numbers of Muslims believe. There we go. So he is an ultra crepidarian. He is a descendant of crepidarians in the line of crepidarianism.
Oh, and by the way, his definition of ultra crepidarian isn't even correct. Like he adds that they're like intentionally showing off their ignorance, which is not it at all. It's just the first half, speaking beyond your field of knowledge.
Yes. Ultra means beyond. For those who do, he thinks it means a lot because he's not that smart. But ultra does not mean a lot. It means beyond your field of knowledge. Ultra, as in ultramarine, was beyond blue, right? Ultraviolet, beyond violet. Not very.
Yeah, I mean, it literally only means the first half, but let me just play the whole thing.
Ultra-crepidarian is a person who not only speaks outside of his area of expertise, he speaks way out of his league, but he also feels the need to announce to the world that he is an utter idiot.
Very.
Yeah.
He thinks
so, repeat that, Mary. They couldn't hear you. But...
Oh, sorry.
So he gives the correct definition, and then he says, not only are they speaking outside of their field, they're speaking way outside their field.
Because he doesn't know what ultra means in that context. That ultra means beyond, not super.
And then he says, but also feel the need to announce their ignorance to the world. That's not remotely what the word means.
No.
It literally just means speak outside your area of expertise. And normal people would just say that, right? They'd say he's speaking outside of his expertise. They wouldn't say he's an ultra-crepidarian.
Yeah, and I really think he chose it because he liked the ultra, because he thought it meant very, because he has no idea what the etymology of any English word is. That's pretty hilarious.
Yep.
It means super, super ignorant because it has ultra in there. Someone didn't pass his roots, unit in middle school.
super mega ultra crepidarian.
So I know, right? So I think that, do you think that in speaking about etymology, he is being an ultra crepidarian? I certainly
apparently. I mean, he admits at the start of this stream that he's speaking outside of his expertise, and he does it even anyway. So he is literally announcing to the world that he needs to put his ignorance on display. And by the way, when he speaks about anything not related to Islam, he always looks like a complete and total moron. This is a guy who gave multiple lectures on how Constantine gave us the canon of Scripture.
I don't even know what to say. Like the level of, and again, we all know why he got into Yale, the Yale Divinity School. Everybody knows why he's the one who got in. He got in because he's a Muslim who wanted to get in. Period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he really has no idea what he's talking about.
All right. So we'll be wrapping up here shortly. Tomorrow, big announcement, everyone. Oh, I should play the breaking news, huh? Where is it?
And you see breaking news. Yes? No? Okay.
Broke my rule of Yasir Qadhi only today, but I am releasing tomorrow my interview with Aisha. Yes, that Aisha, the one abused by Muhammad. No, not that Muhammad Hijab.
Nice.
I was able to interview Muhammad Hijab's secret Mishyar wife, Aisha. I've scheduled that. It's set to premiere. When this stream ends, you'll be redirected to it. So go ahead and follow that. Set a reminder, and let's get as many people there for the premiere as possible. If there are unusually large number of people watching the premiere, YouTube will immediately get the signal that it's a good video and start pushing it broadly. My humble request is to set a reminder, and if you're available, watch it in the premiere. If you're not, watch it later in the day. No big deal. I would definitely prefer you watch the whole thing rather than turning in for 5 seconds just to hit a like or something, because the amount you watch is the most important metric on how YouTube judges whether you liked the video or not, rather than you clicking a button. By the way, click like on this. It does help. It's not as important as watching it, but it is still helpful. So make sure to hit like on this stream. So I'm not speaking hyperbolically when I say this. I think this is one of the most important things I've done in my time on YouTube. And I really, really hope that people will watch that video. There'll be more. This won't be the only thing you see from Aisha and the apologetics scene. I do know more information, but I don't want to, put it out there. But you'll definitely be seeing more coming. And I don't think it is bragging or being not humble to say it is because of me. I made contact with her, reached out multiple times, and after she was seeing that the Dawa community was not correcting hijab, that no one was coming out against him, basically, she said, maybe I should contact that Christian who keeps annoying me. So So I have been speaking with Aisha, and you'll see the first result of that tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I'll be on your Brother in Christ channel to discuss the use of AI and what it means for the future of Islamic dawah. Spoiler alert, I don't think it's good. If people are so gullible as to believe the nonsense people like Yasir Qadhi spit, it's only going to get so much worse. So much worse. And I'll be discussing that on Your Brother in Christ. Thursday, I have a live stream with David S. You may remember him from a while ago. Really smart, philosophical guy. He actually wrote a book, so we're going to be talking about his book. I think maybe we'll have a stream with Mary Friday. What do you think, Mary?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So streams Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at minimum, and we'll see about the weekend. There's also a question about a Bible study this weekend. It's certainly my intent. I was just talking about Aisha. So the reason I didn't have one last week is because I was interviewing Aisha. And, I wanted to work around her schedule rather than mine. So that's why I didn't have one last week. But is intended to do those as often as possible. So lots and lots of stuff coming up. A couple other videos in the works too. Again, follow the link when this ends. Check out my stream with Aisha, and we will still close out with Pastor Jake, even though it's all about Yasir Qadhi today.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.